Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. We are on the record in case number 9648. This is the Programmatic Triennial Review of the EmPOWER program for 2021 through 2023. Today we'll be receiving a presentation from the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative and hear comments from the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, Maryland's Office of People's Counsel, the Maryland Energy Administration, and finally, we'll hear from the PSC's own staff. However, before we begin with Smeco's presentation today, PSC staff yesterday filed an errata to their comments, and utilities have asked for an opportunity to respond. I'll turn it over to staff to explain the situation that we've encountered. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. So earlier this week, staff discovered that we had omitted three of the program descriptions from our filing, which was a total of about 7 pages. So the three programs were the Residential Energy Efficiency Kits program, the Residential HVAC Tune-Up program being proposed by BGE, and then finally the Commercial Industrial Smart Energy Manager program that's being proposed by BGE, PEPCO, and Delmarva. So for the staff has recommended the commission deny the HVAC tune-up program and also defer decision or deny without prejudice the Commercial Industrial Smart Energy Manager program. We contacted the utilities when we were aware of our omission and sent them the appropriate pages. In our discussions with the utilities, they asked for the opportunity to respond to our comments this morning because they did not have sufficient time before their presentations yesterday. And staff agreed that it was appropriate to give them time to respond to our comments. So with that, we would turn it over to BGE, PEPCO, and Delmarva to discuss their opinions on staff's recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Let us begin with representatives for BGE.
Good morning. This is Eric Repko for BGE. I'm going to speak on behalf of BGE with regard to the HVAC tune-up program that we were proposing. In my comments yesterday, I mentioned that this is a new program that we're launching that's a standalone HVAC tune-up program. We've engaged with Smeco, who has a similar program, but it's not quite the same, that we're trying to take lessons learned from that program. We've also engaged with Jim McGee and the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland, and looking to design the program and continue with how we're going to implement it. This program will look to recruit local licensed HVAC contractors to participate, providing not only savings to customers but also jobs. In addition, I would like to point out that while the target for this program is obviously the customers who have already participated in the HVAC program, it is available to all customers. While there's concerns about the cost effectiveness, I think the important thing here is that market analysis has shown that less than half of customers are doing regular maintenance on their systems. It's a lot more affordable to introduce the idea of maintenance to customers and make sure that they're maintaining systems so that they can have a longer useful life versus having to purchase new equipment in a shorter time frame.
Thank you. Are there any additional representatives from BGE that wish to respond to the other programs? Or
with regard to the commercial program, Megan Partridge from the PHI utility will be representing all the Exelon utilities.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Partridge.
Morning, Commissioner. Thank you for your time this morning. It's Megan Partridge from PEPCO and Delmarva Power, speaking on behalf of the Exelon utilities. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commercial Smart Energy Program this morning. As staff noted in their comments, there are material differences in the forecasted budgets for the PEPCO, Delmarva Power, and BGE Smart Energy Manager, or Commercial Customer Engagement Portal. The companies have worked collaboratively on the design of these programs over the last several months. The budgets that were included in the September 1st filings for the companies were based on assumptions made at different points in the pricing negotiations and project development process. The Exelon utilities respectfully request the opportunity to refile budget proposals for this program after reviewing and aligning budget assumptions across the 3 operating companies. We propose submitting these updated budgets by Friday, November 13th, along with the other forecasts updates requested by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Partridge. If you can file those revised budgets on the same date you file the projected surcharge costs, that would be appreciated and give staff ample opportunity to review.
Thank you, sir.
At this point, we will begin the presentation and turn it over to the representative from the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners and chairman. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Okay. My name is Jennifer Raley. I'm here on behalf of Smeco, and I will be presenting Smeco's 21 through 23 program cycle portfolio. But first, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Shaw for some opening remarks.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners.
There we go.
Can everyone hear me just fine?
I can hear you, Mr. Shaw. Ms. Raley, you might want to go on mute while Mr. Shaw speaks.
Okay.
All right, Jeff Shaw, Vice President of Distributed Energy and Sustainability here for Smeco. And as Ms. Raley stated, I just wanted to offer some thoughts and cover some questions that have been gone over the past few days. I do miss seeing everyone. We're all sequestered and doing our things, but I will say I do not miss the travel back and forth to Baltimore these 4 days and this fog and rain that we've been experiencing. So I really don't miss that, but I miss seeing everybody. On the first day, we talked in some working group filings and a bunch of different subject matters. And in cost recovery, Ms. Raley stated that Smeco's position of using any possible overcollection for a true-up mechanism, which I'd like to reiterate, and also reiterate that we're working diligently to meet that November 13th deadline to get that necessary tables put together and that filing put together for what the Commission has requested. One thing that Smeco did not talk too much about was the mechanism for performance incentives or the possibility of performance incentives. And Smeco just remained silent on that fact. That's just not something we can take advantage of in being a cooperative. So just wanted to offer that. Day one, CVR was also discussed. Smeco, as you can see from our filing, has chosen not to further any CVR in our proposal. We have some very we call outdated equipment that would require extensive and expensive upgrades to further our CVR efforts. So that's why we have taken that position relative to CVR. One thing we've heard talked about extensively over the past few days, and I'm sure it's going to be talked further this afternoon, is what is next for EmPOWER. And I know Chairman Stanek has thought out loud a few times about the topic of possibly diminishing returns, but I think that we're asking the same question here, and what is next for EmPOWER. I've been around with EmPOWER since 2008 and its inception at Smeco, seen these programs since their infancy into what they are today. And I think now is the perfect time to begin to ask those questions of what is next. I think back to 2013 or 2014 when we were looking at transitioning from the savings goals of 15% per capita into the 2% goals that we have today. So again, I think it's a good time to talk about these and possibly put that into a working group. We've heard a lot of good deeds over the past 3 days that EmPOWER has done, from the impassioned statements yesterday of Mr. Ellis to all the working of the DHCD. I'm impressed when I see the the slides and the photos that they were putting up and even the video pieces that they did. I think we need to continue these efforts. We agree that these are expensive programs. Nobody's denying that fact. But I think all the portfolios before you are cost effective. And commissioners and chairman, you have some difficult decisions before you. And I hope we've given you the information that you need to make those difficult decisions. The topic of fuel cells has been discussed, and Smeco has proposed fuel cells within our C&I programs. It is inside of our terms and conditions relative to the export or the no export of power provision, and you talked extensively with PHI and BG&E about those yesterday. But I also recall under PC 44, and I might be misremembering, but there was a lot of conversation back in PC 44 in the battery and storage components around incidental power and export. And maybe I'll look back into some of those conversations to see if I can track down what was ever come of the definition there for incidental power, the export. Geothermal, of course, has been discussed. Geothermal was around in the early days of EmPOWER. It's still here today, but in the early days, we did incent geothermal on a per ton basis, and those incentives were quite lucrative. They have backed off to what their flat rates are today, so I would ask that if the commission does entertain the possibility of moving to the levels that have been proposed, those will pose budget implications for the utilities, because I believe all the utilities filed flat rate geothermal incentives. So whatever comes of that per ton basis, if it does come, then we might have some budget implications under the HVAC programs. In the new homes program, there's been lots of conversation around the pre-wiring for electric vehicles. It is not an energy efficiency play here. It is strictly trying to find some synergies between EmPOWER and PC 44. And when you dig down into the materials, the incentive that the utilities are seeking for this measure is $100. Questions around programmatic delays. Will we have any programmatic delays? I believe Commissioner Herman has been asking that one, and Smeco does not anticipate any programmatic delays in delivery of our proposals before you, other than the possibility in the schools program. Similar to your conversations yesterday with Ms. Janeski there at BG&E, depending on how the schools return and if and when they return, we will need to alter how our program designs are going to be delivered. And we're in conversations with those vendors now, but there could be a slight delay from the delivery of the schools program. Commissioner Herman, you've also asked about delivering at goal. Do you have any, what I guess would be cushion over and above 2%? And Smeco has filed right at the 2% goal. If you remember back 3 years ago, Smeco came before the commission with a filing that was short of goal, and rightfully so. We were called out and called to task on that, and at this time we've filed directly at goal. Financing has been discussed, and Smeco wanted to reiterate we support the utility position to support the Maryland Clean Energy Center, and if that is granted and ordered, that we do have some monies available inside of our PID proposals where we believe we could fund those efforts and not need to seek new or additional monies. And then lastly, yesterday, there was a lot of conversation around the DHCD filing in the proposal to 250% of federal poverty levels and what that would mean. The utilities have their aggressive 2% goals. Smeco is right at that 2%. So if there are, I don't like the word cannibalisms, but if there are some overlaps between the programs, it could cause us to be short of a little savings on some programs. So I like the idea of Commissioner O'Donnell talking about a working group, even though we do have a lot of them. I think this would be warranted for this conversation to be further there to make sure we could maybe do a little deeper dive and find out exactly which programs might be impacted by this. So with that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Ms. Raley for all the program deliveries. And as always, if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I found that to be a very useful summary, which incorporates Smeco's positions. It may have avoided some questions at the end, so thank you for that overview over the past 3 days. Ms. Raley, it appears that you're ready to go with your presentation.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see my screen?
Looks great.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off with our first slide here. The first slide gives a breakout of all our residential and commercial energy efficiency programs, our demand response, and pilot programs proposed for 21 through 23. We've kept many of our existing programs, but have made some enhancements, added some measures, and gathered lots of feedback from our members and stakeholders to make improvements to the program for 21 through 23. We've added a few new programs and have several pilots that we would like to test out. This next slide is a breakdown of the residential portfolio, along with costs, savings, and participant projections for 21 through 23. The residential portfolio is cost effective with a TRC of 1.46. This next slide is the breakdown of the commercial programs along with cost, savings, participant projections for 21 through 23 and is cost effective with a TRC of 1.91. Like Mr. Shaw had stated, we do realize that costs are higher and savings are lower than the 18 through 20 cycle. And as he stated, we had come into the commission in 18 through 20 presenting a portfolio that didn't get us to the 2% goal. So this time around, we're coming in with what we think will get us to the 2% goal in the next program cycle. And we realize that savings are going to be harder to obtain, and we're going to have to work harder and get more creative to obtain those savings. And as Mr. Shaw stated, we are presenting a plan with no savings from CDR.
Ms. Raley, what?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you go back to the residential slide?
Yes.
It looks like your participants are going down by almost like 50,000 between 2021 and 2023. Why is that? But I noticed on the commercial it was going up.
I would say that's because of lighting. We do foresee lighting gradually as we get to 2023, participant levels and stuff going down in lighting.
Okay, so that's attributable just to lighting, you think?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so here we start out with our residential programs. For our lighting program, we're looking to expand the integration of connected bulbs, specialty bulbs, and we're also looking at ways to expand the food bank in the next program cycle. The appliance program will continue to support the Retail Products Platform, or RPP, and we're continuing to try to increase the number of distributors participating in our midstream for heat pump water heaters and pool pumps, while continuing to promote instant rebates in stores. The appliance recycling program is investigating offering recycling services for new appliance products not currently in the program, while also working to try to expand the retailer program to allow members to schedule recycling pickup in store. In the home retrofit, we have HVAC, HEIP, thermostat optimization, and EE kits. For the HVAC program, we recently, upon commission approval, lowered the EER efficiency requirement from 13 to 12.5 in Q3 of 2020. We expect to see more qualified units coming in due to this change in the new cycle. We will also be working with our distributors and setting budgets, allowing them some flexibility to work within their budgets to promote and push the higher tier, more efficient units. And as within the 18 to 20 cycle, we will continue to monitor the distributors and contractors to ensure that the majority of the HVAC rebate is being passed on to our members. In the HEIP program, we will continue to offer home energy analysis, in-home appointments and virtual audits if needed, incentivized home retrofit upgrades, and HVAC services, which includes system tune-ups and smart thermostat installations. We're also exploring a do-it-yourself pathway for members to receive rebates for completing home energy retrofit projects based on the audit recommendations. The Thermostat Optimization Plus Saver program, or for short, Top Saver, will continue to offer members with compatible smart thermostats the opportunity to realize additional energy savings through small adjustments to thermostat schedules. We realize there is a lot of change happening to the various platforms and with the different manufacturers, and we will continue to work with the thermostat manufacturers to make changes where needed to continue offering additional savings to our members with the compatible smart thermostats. For the energy efficiency kits, we will continue to offer the EE kits that include LED bulbs and shower heads. We are also evaluating the possibility of different measures in the future and looking at adding online store coupons for 2 outdoor bulbs. This will give our members the opportunity to browse the selection of bulbs and pick the style best suited for their outdoor fixtures. In the New Homes program, we will continue to offer incentives to builders for building new homes that meet Energy Star 3.1 standards, including an incentive for installing smart thermostats. In this program, we're looking to increase the LED lighting requirement to 100% LED and looking to expand additive measures to include electric heating and water heating equipment. We're also looking at the $100 incentive for the home builder to pre-wire garages with the 220-volt receptacle for EV charging. This wiring done after the fact can be very expensive, and by adding this option, Smeco will continue to build the infrastructure for EV charging at a minimal cost, working in conjunction with PC44 efforts. We are also working with the Electric and Natural Gas Coordination Work Group, as filed on April 15, 2020, to offer incentives for net zero certified homes and passive home certification. In staff's comments, they asked that we confirm that this proposal was not funded by PID programs, which it is not. It will be through the New Homes program, with Smeco covering half of the incentive and Washington Gas covering the other half. For the home energy reports, we continue to motivate energy-saving behaviors through regular distribution of personalized paper and email home energy reports, and will continue to offer that to the maximum of the 75,000 members. We are working to finalize enhancements to the program through the RFP process. And to answer a few questions that Commissioner O'Donnell had, our budget is remaining flat. And we do, for the 21 through 23, the percent of spend is going to be down from 4.4% in the 18 through 20 cycle to 3.7% of our portfolio in the 21 through 23 cycle. And the new residential programs that we're proposing, we have 2. My Energy Target, which came from the Smart Home Pilot this current cycle. Each participant receives a customized goal based on looking at their home characteristics, weather, slightly efficient behavior, and AMI data. Then the AMI data is used to analyze if they were able to reduce their energy consumption to meet their customized targeted goal. We are also looking at a schools and education program geared toward 5th grade students, offering curriculum and resources to teachers on principles of energy conservation and energy efficiency. Upon completion of the course, students' families will receive up to a $25 credit for redemption on Smeco's online portal to purchase energy-saving measures for their home. Students also participate in a capstone activity, which will encourage hands-on application of content learned by doing a school audit. And upon completion of the program, we will provide the recommended measures to the schools, which include items like advanced power strips, LED desk lamps, vending misers, or occupancy sensors. And those savings and incentive costs associated will be attributed to the C&I portion of the program. And with the C&I programs, we still have our prescriptive program. Due to code requiring lighting controls in more and more spaces, we are looking at a soft push in 2021 to start mandating lighting controls. We're also looking at adding some new measures, horticulture lighting measures, data center cooling measures, and time clocks. We will continue to look at custom measures that can be transitioned to prescriptive measures also. And for our custom program, it looks at more complex systems and energy efficiency projects that are not included in other programs. The proposed incentive will continue to be based on the 28 cents per kilowatt hour, and the current cap of 50% of the total cost for the retrofit projects or 75% of the incremental cost will remain. For our small business program, Smeco will continue to offer direct installation services and retrofit opportunities to set program contractors to our small business members whose energy consumption usage is less than 60 kW each month. We are aware that the other utilities are looking to raise the 60 kW requirement, and Smeco participated in utility discussions around this, but we found that if we raise the 60 kW to 100 or higher, we would potentially have 90 to 95% of our commercial members qualifying for small business. We support and understand the other utilities' request to raise the kW requirement, but at this time, Smeco is unable to based on our commercial load. We are looking to make some other enhancements in our small business program by adding a small business energy ambassador who would walk the small business members through program options outside of lighting. The energy ambassador would utilize the first advisor reports and the Small Business Express prescriptive app to help the small businesses decide what options are best for them and help them submit applications. We are also looking at adding a small business enhanced HVAC tune-up. This is similar to what on the residential side, the residential tune-ups that we have through our HEIP program, with set contractors who would perform the HVAC tune-ups and could also install smart thermostats. For our instant savings for business program, we'll continue to work with participating distributors to offer discounted pricing to Smeco commercial members on qualifying energy efficiency products. Currently, the program's focus has been on lighting, but the utilities were given permission by the Commission to offer commercial HVAC midstream, which Smeco plans to do in 21 through 23. We are also looking to add commercial kitchen equipment, plug load equipment, time clocks, and lighting fixtures. The retro commissioning program looks to refine existing buildings and systems in order to make them operate optimally and more efficiently. We will continue offering the analytics-enabled building tune-ups, utilize direct marketing using analytics and energy reports, and we're looking to add the monitoring-based commissioning, which looks at energy use before commissioning is done and then monitors the upgrades and improvements, looking at the usage afterwards, paying incentives based on measured savings. For the combined heat and power program, Smeco is working to engage interested members through events, seminars, to try to raise awareness. We are looking at adding smaller packaged microchip systems and fuel cells. And Smeco is proposing to restructure the incentives for the systems, which is in line with the other utilities. And then for our proposed PID pilots, I'm going to answer a question that Commissioner O'Donnell has asked as far as the budget. For Smeco's budget, we're coming in at $10.4 million for over the 3 years, with just under $1 million being as unidentified PID programs. Smeco is proposing several pilots this cycle. We have seen positive results come out of our current smart home pilot. Members are engaging, and we've seen by providing targeted goals, members actively manage their energy usage to get an incentive to reach their goal, which is where the new residential program, My Energy Target, came from. Now that AMI is complete and we have utilized AMI data to set energy targets and analyze if targets are met, we would like to test time of use rates upon commission approval in combination with home automation by launching an energy efficiency focused time of use rate. This would provide members the opportunity to save energy and money as well as the tools to actively manage their usage. Another pilot program we're proposing is Energy Savings with Greater Rewards, which is a loyalty and rewards pilot to drive additional participation, cross-promotion, and redemption and purchases through Smeco's online store. Some interesting data coming out of loyalty and rewards programs are 76% of customers think that loyalty programs are part of their relationship with brands, and 83% of customers agree loyalty programs make them more likely to continue doing business. Smeco would like to test this concept around our energy efficiency programs by providing members rewards points for different actions like participating in multiple programs, referring a friend or family member, or completing tasks like changing their air conditioning filter. Members would be able to redeem these points for discounts on Smeco's online store, leading to additional energy efficiency purchases. Another pilot would be the Bring Your Own Device Demand Response pilot. This pilot is similar to pilots some of the other utilities have tested and looked to have as programs in the 21 to 23 cycle. Smeco would like to start this out as a pilot, as we currently have a residential demand response program that utilizes Cool Century thermostats or digital cycling units. We know based on program participation across several of our programs that our members have purchased smart thermostats, and we want to give them the opportunity to participate in the demand response program utilizing their smart thermostat. We would like to start this off as a pilot to gauge interest and due to running the pilot in conjunction with our Cool Century program. We also plan to run the pilot in-house and want to test this concept out over a season. Smeco foresees if the pilot gains traction and we get interest from our members, this pilot could turn into a program before the end of the cycle. And one of the other pilots, the low to moderate income locational-based DSM pilot, is in response to many stakeholders asking utilities to look at ways to engage the low to moderate income members to take advantage of programs that they are paying into. We would like to look at a limited time offer or incentive boost for low to moderate income neighborhoods that might have grid constraints or resiliency issues. This could provide an incentive boost to those who need it the most and offset capital grid investments, and also boost program participation by our low and moderate income members. And our last slide is demand response. Smeco plans to continue both its Cool Century residential demand response and commercial demand response programs. In the 18 through 20 program cycle, we focused on using AMI data to do extensive QA/QC to determine members who didn't participate in the demand response event and may have removed equipment. We will continue to this process of QA/QC after each demand response season, but in the 21 through 23 cycle, we will begin to focus on promoting the program and adding new residential and commercial members, while also offering the Bring Your Own Device pilot for those who prefer to participate via their smart thermostat. And that's all I have as far as the portfolio updates, and opening up for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rowley. Again, a very comprehensive presentation. I was a little intrigued by the loyalty program, where it seems that you would effectively trap the customer, trap in a good way, by incentivizing them with points and then having them go back to the store to purchase more energy efficiency products. You may have seen in staff's comments that they were concerned, and maybe this is a good problem to have, but they were concerned that your customers would be over-incentivized in this pilot program. Do you have any response to those concerns?
We would continue working within the up to amounts so that they would not be over incentivized on those purchases of items. And our main thing is we'd like to keep all the using coupons and incentivizing and rewards, that type of stuff through our portfolio is keeping our members and stuff focused on energy efficiency and using the online store to make purchases that might be things they need in their home, so they could pick it out instead of us picking it out for them.
My experience so far is that customers who know about EmPOWER and all the programs, the dozens of programs that each utility offer, are more inclined to participate in those programs, and those who don't know about EmPOWER obviously don't. So you do see a cost shift in terms of the benefits. But I appreciate the thinking outside of the box by Smeco.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Rowley, thank you for your presentation, and thank you to both you and Mr. Shaw for answering questions preemptively. It makes this go quicker and a lot easier. I wanted to ask you about, I think in your PID section, the LMI, I think it was a pilot that tied low, maybe low to moderate income neighborhoods to resiliency. And I wasn't clear, that word resiliency, if you'd have said reliability, it may have been easier for me to digest, but when you said resiliency in your presentation, I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Could you clarify that program for me?
Those could be issues where we have flooding issues in certain areas, and being able to offer incentives to the low to moderate income where we're having issues, not only just the grid constraints, but also maybe flooding areas that have other issues in there that could impact not only the grid, but also, you know, we have the low to moderate income members in that area.
And how do you get the energy efficiency savings? I think that's what I'm not.
Okay. We haven't determined exactly which items we would be incentivizing at higher levels, but maybe, for instance, like appliances. Right now, appliances are going through the retailer. The rebate goes to the retailer to stock the appliances and stuff. So maybe we look at offering a little bit higher incentive for our low to moderate income members to purchase more efficient equipment, more efficient appliances. So maybe we're giving them an additional rebate that we wouldn't normally be giving other members that are purchasing it. Or we could look at, you know, HVAC equipment also. Maybe there's a little bit higher incentive for our low to moderate income members to upgrade their HVAC or purchase HVAC equipment if needed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps me. Thanks. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rowley, would it be possible to bring down your presentation? And
I was trying to do that, so let me know if it comes down because I can't really tell.
We see a person running on the beach.
Okay.
They're gone now.
Okay. There we go.
You can see a lot more faces right now. Commissioner Herman.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Rowley.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I was looking at your custom program, and staff recommended that you be required to keep your incentive cap, but I couldn't really tell from a quick scan as to whether you have a cap or whether you don't.
Yes, ma'am, we do. And that was in the presentation that I noted that we would continue to keep it based on the 28 cents per kWh, and the current cap is 50% of the total cost of retrofit projects or 75% of the incremental cost, and that would remain.
Okay, so it's staying the same, and so you're good with staff's recommendation then?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. I think both you and Mr. Shaw pre-answered all my questions, so thank you very much for that. And that was all I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
The benefits of going last. Commissioner Linton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Raley. I'm similar to Commissioner Herman that you answered several of my questions up front. I just had one extra one regarding the My Energy Target new residential program. I just wanted to understand a little more about when the consumer is receiving information and let's say, for example, that they're not meeting the goal that has been the expected goal that has been set for them. Is there a continuing interaction between the company and the customer to try and let them know that you know, you're falling short and here's some solutions or some suggestions and how to move forward? Is there any kind of continuing interaction?
Yes, there is. We send out emails about midway through letting them know if they're in line with meeting their target, if they're on goal, and kind of give them some ways that they can improve if they're not meeting goal, or ways they can, you know, improve and continue to make sure they come in meeting their goal at the end of the season. So we do send out information to them, and we do let them know about midway through where they're at in reaching their goal. And I will say, you know, these targets that are set are not easy targets to meet. You know, we make them so that our members will have to work and make adjustments and make changes. And I have participated in that pilot that we had run twice now, and I have not been able to meet my target. I've tried and made changes, but of course, you know, this time around it was a little more difficult with everyone here at home working from home and learning from home. But it is a challenge, and we want to challenge our members to make adjustments and make changes. So we do offer different ways they can do that and keep engaging with them throughout the process.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like an interesting program. Thanks for, I won't be able to experience it, but hopefully we'll get to hear some good news from it. I'll see how Commissioner O'Donnell likes it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of very good and innovative programs in your presentation. I was also very interested in the My Energy Target. That's been a pilot. What have your findings been so far? Are the incentives about right? You say it's very challenging to meet these targets, but I'm interested in if this is going to progress.
Yes, there's actually 2 targets. Sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background. I'm near Pax River, and there's a lot of planes flying over today, so I don't know if you can hear that. But there's 2 targets set, and they can get a $100 incentive if they meet the first target, and then of course the second target's even harder. So if they meet that, it could be a $150 incentive. And it is challenging. You've got to make changes, you've got to make adjustments, and we have surveyed, because it was a pilot, we did a lot of surveying with our members after each season to see how they felt about it. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback. Our members that participated were engaged. Not everybody met their target, but they learned new things from it, and then they came back the next season and tried again. So we did get a lot of positive feedback from that.
So do you see this expanding, and is it informing what you're doing with your home energy report program? Is that the direction it's going to be, more of a generally offered program, not just a pilot?
Yes, it is a new program that we're proposing for 21 through 23. So we would be opening it up to all our members.
Excellent. Also, I was really pleased to see that you're considering rate design and in this, I guess it's part an expansion of the progression of the My Energy Target program. How many people, how many customers or members, I should say, are you going to be able to make this available to?
As far as the pilot,
Just the participation level.
My Energy Target.
The time of use rates program.
I don't know that I have an exact number, but I can try to look very quickly and see if I have a number in here. And I may have to get back to you on that if I can't put my hands on it right away. I'm not sure the exact number of participants that we plan to have in the program, but I can get back with you on that.
Okay. That seems like a very innovative program, and something that maybe would be great to see expand even before the end of the cycle if you're finding success. And then finally, in the low to moderate income neighborhoods program, when you identify these programs or these neighborhoods, are you going to generally let everybody know that this is happening, that EmPOWER is coming to the neighborhood? Is there a marketing or some kind of a communications plan to hopefully to expand, I guess, the participation in other energy or EmPOWER programs when you target these neighborhoods?
Yes, we would be looking at targeting the neighborhoods. So we would be doing targeted marketing to those neighborhoods once we determine where they are in our low to moderate income neighborhoods and where they are, and do direct targeting of marketing to them.
Okay, so the idea is to hopefully not just do these grid enhancement projects, but to hopefully increase the participation in other EmPOWER programs. Is that the broader I guess, plan?
And be able to to increase participation, but also be able to offer a little bit higher incentive to our low to moderate income community to participate.
Excellent. Well, great. Thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's okay with you, I'd like to see if I can follow up with Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, you still with us?
Yes, I am. Still here.
Okay. Hang on, I'm formulating my question. You had referenced the discussion yesterday regarding the 250% federal poverty level program that DHCD or change that DHCD wants to make. And I got the distinct impression yesterday that when we were discussing it with BG&E that they were surprised by it. It's almost felt like, well, this is a new issue. We got to, and so then you heard me maybe suggest a working group. But now I'm not so sure about that. Has this issue been around for a while?
I have not personally been in the working groups, but I will say the topic has been discussed. I think from a utilities perspective, we would need to do the analytics to see what that differential is from the current existing limit up to the 250. Those are the types of numbers we're talking about. So no, DHCD did not spring this on the utilities in this.
Okay. So how long do you think this has been kicking around out there?
That I do not know.
Would it be fair to say quite a while, and that there's not consensus and it's not a new issue?
I would say that's fair to say, yes, sir.
All right. So my hopes of a quick resolution in a working group by the first quarter's semi-annual reports or even shorter time frame is not likely to produce positive results. Is that?
No, I wouldn't say that. It sounds as if the commission is very entertaining of this possibility, and if that's the way the commission is leaning, then we need to pivot as the utilities and adapt and do some, like I said, some analytics to figure out what that means to us. And I do think we can get this done in that time frame.
All right, fair enough. And I'm not signaling where the commission's leaning on this matter one way or another. I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. Certainly not.
Understood.
Not speaking for the commission in any way, shape, or form in that regard. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Shaw. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Ms. Raley, Mr. Shaw, for this presentation as well as your plan proposal that was submitted. At this point, we will move to the next presenter, which is the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Chairman. Mr. Gravatt is going to do the presentation for us this morning, so I'll just turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jim Gravatt.
Hi, good morning.
Advocates.
Good morning, Mr. Gravatt.
Good morning.
Mr. Shaw, can you please mute your microphone? Thank you. Mr. Gravatt, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. I want to say that with me today are Ms. Miller, who's already spoken from Earth Justice, and Dewan Robinson from Natural Resources Defense Council, all representing the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I thank you for your time, for your interest, I think, in really digging into some of the complexity of the issues that are before us. In reflecting on what I want to say and what we put into the comments, you know, EmPOWER started in 2008, and at that time it was intended to mitigate some system issues so that there wouldn't be brownouts, so that, you know, recognizing that energy efficiency was a cost-effective way to address system growth and demand. And that seems remarkably uncomplicated compared to where we are now. We're in the midst of a global pandemic, as everyone knows, which is wreaking havoc both on the economy and public health, of course. The climate needs are pressing, they're urgent, and it's clear. I was privileged to participate in the building subgroup of the mitigation work group this summer, looking at decarbonizing buildings, and almost every recommendation in the report that was developed for the mitigation work group references EmPOWER and the role it can play in mitigating carbon in Maryland. And importantly, there is what I see as a long overdue public insistence on diversity, equity, and inclusion in our institutions, an acknowledgement of the historic systemic bias that has been imposed on communities of color and low-income communities. And so here we are looking at the next 3-year cycle and beyond in that context. I think, you know, there's a risk of looking at the next 3-year cycle just as a 3-year cycle. And we have a mandate, we have an energy savings goal. How well do the utility plans and DHC plans meet those objectives? And obviously that's important. That's more than important, it's critical. But I think that there are opportunities to view these plans through the lens of the societal imperatives that are facing us now, while still remaining true to the statutory intent. And I think there are some adaptations that can occur within the plans. And then there are other areas where I think, especially on climate and on social equity, we may be able to see a direction that we want to go, but the statutory guidance isn't as clear now. But perhaps we can adopt a do no harm approach there, so that we make decisions that, at least if they don't always take us in the direction we want to go, they at least don't take us in the other direction. I have been reminded a couple of times recently of a presentation that I saw William McDonough do, had to be in the early 90s. He's an architect, visionary architect, and he was talking about efficiency and the role of efficiency, and said, you know, efficiency is very important, but if I'm in Charlottesville and I want to get to Washington, D.C., it doesn't matter how efficiently I travel in the direction of Dallas, I'm never going to get to Washington, D.C. So, you know, I think looking at the big picture is important here. When you think about how we can translate this into actions, and we've made some recommendations in our filed comments, but I'll restate a few of them here if I can. And I think that there are a number of changes that can be made, or direction that can come from the commission that's not inconsistent with the plans, that doesn't require any wholesale changes at all. but helps make sure that we're going in the direction where we want to go. And I want to say, with respect to climate, I appreciate that a number of the utilities made comments in their filings about post-23 and what's the role of EmPOWER, and acknowledge that they view EmPOWER has a very important ongoing role, but that there may be some rethinking that's required, and that's appropriate given that the statute allows for the commission to reshape those goals after 2023. So a few steps that I think can be taken now with respect to climate. And one is simply in the semi-annual reports, let's ask the utilities and DHC to report on carbon reduction in addition to megawatt hours. Having some understanding of what the impact of EmPOWER is so that we can review that and reflect on it as we move towards the next cycle, I think would be really useful. The building subgroup report, the mitigation work group, talked a lot about decarbonization, and the overarching assumption is that to decarbonize buildings in Maryland, we're going to have to electrify end uses, transition off of fossil fuel. And there are steps that can be taken now to help move in that direction. And one of the important ones is building a market for heat pumps, for example, heat pump water heaters, and EmPOWER is doing some of that. But I think we can expand that, because in order to get to a place where the technical knowledge is in the market and the equipment is available and customers are aware of the opportunity, that market has to be built. And these are exactly the kinds of things that EmPOWER is so good at, providing the training, the awareness, the information, and when it's needed, financial support in the form of incentives. So promoting beneficial electrification through growing the market for these technologies, I think is very important. I'd also like to see, and we brought this up in with respect to the electric gas coordination work group with the residential new construction program, calling for an all-electric tier in new construction. And the work group felt that they didn't have clear guidance from the commission. I think the commission very appropriately said in the order, and I actually have it here, EmPOWER program administrators are always encouraged to consider the state's environmental policies without explicit direction by the commission when developing plans for future program cycles. So clearly there was room for them to do that, but that still didn't translate into an all-electric tier in the residential new construction program. It seems to me that with respect to the state's clear climate goals, EmPOWER does not need to be neutral. I think EmPOWER can provide information and encouragement to customers to reach for that all-electric tier. I'm not at this point suggesting, as some jurisdictions are looking at, not having fossil fueled options in their residential new construction programs. The only incentive is for all electric, and we're not suggesting that at this time, but we think it would be appropriate to have at least an opportunity to start creating a message that electrification is what we need to do to reach our climate goals. I'd also encourage the commission to, while I don't think it's explicitly disallowed now, to see if we can encourage fuel switching from what I would call dirty fuels, propane, fuel oil to the extent it's used. And I know there's not a lot of it in Maryland, but for customers who have those fuels, which are also often expensive, there are opportunities for them to electrify and use EmPOWER incentives to support that electrification. I think that would be in the best interest of the climate goals for the state. And I think I mentioned, but technical trainings and information on the benefits of electrification and how it is consistent with the climate goals of Maryland. I think EmPOWER can do this now while still moving towards the energy savings targets that are before them. I've also suggested that for WGL, in terms of climate, shifting focus to building shell and operational improvements so that at this point, it seems that the vast majority of their programs are either behavioral or they're incentives for more efficient gas equipment. When someone gets an incentive to put in a more efficient gas furnace, that's better than a less efficient gas furnace, but it also locks in that gas equipment probably for the next 20 years or longer. And for anyone who's had a chance to review the building subgroup report, it calls for, I believe, 50% of the new heating systems sold in the state to be heat pumps within the decade. So continuing to promote gas equipment is going to interrupt that achievement of that objective. And so when I talk about a do no harm approach, this is an example where the Commission can direct WGL to focus more on building shell improvements and operational improvements, which will be useful in an electrified future and will not get in the way. They'll actually facilitate that electrification, because an efficient building uses smaller equipment. It'll be easier to electrify in the future than an inefficient building. And a couple of other things with respect to climate and future electrification. There are questions about the cost effectiveness of using all electric end uses for customers compared with fossil fuel end uses. And there have been studies done on this, not necessarily specific to Maryland, to my knowledge. The Rocky Mountain Institute just came out with a new study. I was working on a case in Colorado, and Denver was one of the cities they studied, showing that for residential new construction, when we look at the net costs of an electric new home, all electric new home versus a fossil, or it would be a dual fuel because there'd be obviously lights and other electric end uses, but fossil, natural gas for heating, they found that over the life of the home, the electric was cheaper to operate and cheaper to install the equipment. Studies like that for Maryland, looking at different possibilities for customers, I think would be very helpful in this regard, and relevant for EmPOWER certainly in the next cycle. And as several of the utilities have suggested, implementing a task force, and I think I've used this term before. I like the term task force more than work group, because to me it implies results in a different sort of way. Certainly heard, Commissioner O'Donnell, your comments yesterday about some of the work groups bringing reports and then going back to the work group again and again and again before there are results. So a task force to develop recommendations for the policy and statutory changes that might be required to enable electrification, to enable EmPOWER to support electrification in a robust way post-2023, but perhaps even more broadly to look at what the most beneficial and appropriate and cost-effective uses for EmPOWER will be in the future past this current period. When we talk about EmPOWER and equity, I mean, our role for most of the last, let's say, 5 years has been to focus on the low-income programs. And in that period of time, it's mostly been DHCD, but with some efforts from the utilities. So I'm going to talk about equity mostly in the context of the DHCD plan and how it relates to what the utilities are proposing. The first thing I want to say, I think the DHCD plan is a good plan. And it is, several parties have noted the improvement and the growth in DHCD and their skill, and I see all of that, and it's wonderful to get to the point where the plan is so well put together, in my view, that we can talk about the elements of the plan and the policies that are behind them, instead of focusing on whether or not they're going to be able to get their jobs done. So this is great. And I also want to recognize, I really appreciate that a prize was brought in. It's a firm I've worked with in a number of contexts, been aware of for many years. They're top shelf in my view. And when it comes to low income energy efficiency, they understand what's going on in the country, I think, better than anyone. And it was a great step for DHCD to bring them in to help them develop this plan. When I look at what DHCD is proposing, I do have a couple of concerns. First off, I want to say it's wonderful to see the increased focus on multifamily energy efficiency. It's something we've been asking for a number of years. Certainly, we discussed it at length in the last 3-year plan and our comments there. So we really appreciate that DHCD is moving in that direction. The concern comes that in order to do that, they've maintained effectively a flat budget in real dollars. It may even be a slightly smaller budget in terms of real dollars compared with what was proposed in 2018 to 20. And that means they've proposed reaching far fewer households in the single family side when we combine whole home and the base program than they proposed in 2018 to 20. And that's very concerning, especially in light of everything that's going on with COVID, especially in light of our recommendations in the PC53 proceeding, where we talked about the importance of connecting low-income energy efficiency with the rearage management programs and looking at the long-term ability of customers to pay on the premise that if a customer can stay in their home and continue to pay their bills, that's going to be better and cost less for everyone else long-term than if they can't. So dramatic reduction really in the proposal for single-family households is deeply concerning. And in our comments, we recommended a 50% increase in the whole home and base budgets, which equates to, in rough terms, about $23 million more than what has been proposed over the 3 years, which is about a 27% overall increase in the DHCD budget. But for perspective, when we look at the combined utility EE and C budgets and the DHCD proposed budget, currently DHCD is about 8% of the total for the 3 years, and the increase that we're recommending would put them at about 10%. So not a trivial amount of money, I realize, but in the grand scheme, it's a fairly modest increase. There's been a lot of discussion about the 250%. And I think it's safe to say that we're of two minds about this. One is, it seems clear that there are many households between 200 and 250% of the federal poverty level who cannot afford to do significant energy efficiency improvements without greater incentives. The concern we have is that, and I'm not sure that it wasn't clear to me from the conversation, Commissioner Linton, about the 115,000 households the other day. But my understanding is that's 115,000 additional households between 200 and 250% of federal poverty, and that there's about 450,000 households below 200%. So 450,000, if that number is right, it's certainly in the ballpark, below 200%. And the analysis we've done shows that it might take 100 years at the rate DHCD was moving to reach all of those households. My concern is, well, I guess we'll say first, my concern is that if we increase the income threshold, even though those families need more support, it probably is easier to reach those households than the ones who are in a worse position financially. I'd be very concerned that even with a prioritization scheme, those households are the ones that are served, and the folks who are more worse off don't get the services they need. So that's a real concern. I would also say, while clearly I'm not in a position to make this decision, when I look at the record, and I don't mean to be dismissive at all of DHCD's, the issues they raise, that they're seeing a lot of repeat customers, that it's harder to reach these households, they're not getting the referrals, or they're not able to convert the referrals. But it's still hard for me to reconcile the sheer numbers with the need to increase the pool so that they can get more completions, more eligible, strong leads, hot leads. I have it in front of me somewhere, but sorry, I think with the referrals from OHEP, it's something like 20,000 qualified leads a year, 60,000 over a 3-year period. Yet on the single family side, I believe it's between base and whole home, about 7,000 homes. I don't feel, and DHCD may have the evidence that they just can't. They've done everything that's possible and they can't reach those homes, but I haven't seen it in the record, so I have some concerns there. I guess I also want to respond to the point about referring this issue, the overlap between utilities and DHCD, to a work group. 200, 250, is this going to cannibalize? Some of the language that was cannibalized, I believe, was Suzanne from BGE yesterday, and saying that we want to make sure that we don't cannibalize each other's customer pools. But that, to me, is a really different issue than how can we work together to make sure we're providing the best service for all of our customers so that nobody is left out. And so if I were directing a work group, and comment about work groups in general or task force, really specific objectives and deliverable dates are critical. I think this is something that there's been some evidence of in the commission, because I think the objectives and the expectations have become much more clear over the last few years. But still, on this issue, it's potentially challenging, but I think the question is really, how can we ensure that all of these customers are served is the question. And that circles back to the whole question about utilities trying to reach their lower income customers with different initiatives. The idea of enhanced incentives for low income or low to moderate income participants in home performance with Energy Star. I look at that and I say, is the customer going to be better off if it's actually a low income customer who would qualify for DHCD, getting an enhanced incentive, which might still require them to pay something, going through home performance than going through DHCD's program? And I'm not sure that they would be. So the proposals that were in the utility plans were all pretty vague. I mean, there are some that have been specific and that have been done, like LED distribution in food banks, targeted, specific, effective. But these vague ideas about maybe enhanced incentives, we're not sure, we're going to look at it. Again, I would say, what is the best way to make sure that the customer is served as effectively as possible should be the question. And it may be there are things such as this enhanced incentives for home performance that will lead to that. But I think it has to be looked at from the customer's perspective, not just the question, what can utilities do? Because what utilities can do, it may be that they need to, the best thing they can do is support increased budgets for DHCD and make sure those customers get into that queue. So with that, the last thing I think that I will say, and then I'll check with Mr. Robinson to see if what I've forgotten, is going back to a recommendation in the building subgroup report, which was to establish a multi-agency task force or coordination body to recognize that we're really not in an environment anymore where there are these, where each agency has its own sort of swim lane or narrow focus on what it needs to achieve. Everything is so integrated at this point between climate and equity and energy. There's so many overlaps, and public health, not just from COVID, but things like lead mitigation and low-income housing, that trying to coordinate cross agencies to improve communication could be really beneficial. And again, I don't think that responsibility is on the shoulders of the commission, but if the commission can take steps to support such an interagency task force, to call for such a task force, I think that could help, especially as we look farther out past 2023. With that, I think I'll stop talking for now and ask Mr. Robinson if there's anything that I've missed that he'd like to bring before the commissioners, and then we'll be ready for questions.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. You hit on everything, and I think provided an excellent overview of our comments that we submitted. So, thank you to the members of the commission for allowing us an opportunity to submit written comments and provide testimony today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks to all of you for bringing a different perspective to the EmPOWER program. I recognize that you have a number of concerns. Mr. Gravatt, I think you expressed them as grave concerns with respect to DHCD's proposal to raise the poverty level limits by up to 250%. Just to be clear, you are opposed to the DHCD program, more than concerned, but opposed. Is that right?
I am clearly opposed to raising the limit to 250% unless a significant budget increase accompanies that with, and I would say with a comprehensive plan to ensure that lower income households will be prioritized.
Thank you. Your comments were clear and they spoke for themselves. I don't have any additional questions for you, but thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gravatt. I always appreciate and enjoy your presentations at our proceedings. I wanted to start with I was looking over your recommendations, and you touched on many of them, but I was interested, first on the idea of the promoting, special incentives for all electric construction, and also maybe some limits on some of the natural gas programs. While I may personally agree with what you're recommending, and hopefully everyone got our message, when we put in the order that a party should consider state environmental priorities and goals in their programs. As a regulator, though, would we be going too far to get ahead of Annapolis on some of these policies? How much further should we go? Are you recommending we go as regulators if it may not quite comport with what we're hearing from our leaders, elected leaders in Annapolis?
Well, I'll give you my opinion, and I understand that you recognize it as only that. I think if I were suggesting that you should not allow WGL to provide any equipment rebates, that might be going too far. If I were suggesting that all residential new construction should be only electric with no fossil end uses, in the current environment, that might be going too far. Now, one of the work group recommendations of the building subgroup for the mitigation work group is that new building codes should require all electric construction starting as early as 2025. But again, that's Annapolis. So, but with that on the horizon, whether that gets adopted or not, I believe that EmPOWER, and this is a longstanding value of energy efficiency programs, is they help move market in the direction that we think we're going to go. So efficiency programs, residential new construction programs, often are thought of as a tool for getting the building market moving in the direction where the code is going to go. Because if we said to tomorrow, all electric new construction is code, it would be chaos, I think. People wouldn't know what to do with that. Builders would be confused, homeowners would be confused, and so forth. But if we can start indicating that direction through EmPOWER, then the market is going to be much better prepared should that code be adopted. And so I think simply saying that here's an all-electric incentive, here's some information about why this could be a good choice for you as a home buyer to go all electric, I don't think that's going too far at all.
Okay, well, thank you. I also wanted to ask, about this recommendation that your opposition to moving the up to 250% the federal poverty level requirement. What for participation in DHCD programs? It's been my impression that up to this point, these programs are underutilized. And while we have provided direction and we've been working with DHCD to try to increase the promotion of these programs, that they continue to be underutilized. So what, as I weigh the various options, I mean, should I look to finding ways we can, increase the number of people who need, people who could really use these programs, and encourage them to, to participate so that they are fully utilized, or do we just wait and continue to have, continue to try to promote the programs with the risk that they're not fully utilized? Help me out with that decision.
Sure. My instinct with the size of the market, which 450,000 homes is the number that sticks in my head at 200%. It's very hard for me to accept defeat in that market to say, we're just not going to get there, let's open it up. Now, I'm not the evaluator. I don't know what the barriers are. I accept that they're legitimate. I have a great deal of faith in the DHCD team to dig in and try to understand and try to make things work. I don't know what is keeping us from greater participation. But I feel like it's an important question that has to be understood before we increase the income threshold.
Okay. And then final question, I was just on your recommendation about working with income eligible, focusing on income eligible customers with these programs with arrearages. As you know, in a week or 2 weeks, we're going to be having a hearing to consider arrearage management programs, AMPed. Would that be a better and more opportunity to address this recommendation and discuss with DHCD how they can work closely with OHEP on connecting their clients, their respective clients?
I think yes. I think it would be a better forum. However, I would suggest that because we have these DHCD programs in EmPOWER, that after several years of continually working to improve them, the DHCD team has some really good programs available now. So rather than view them in isolation, that's EmPOWER. When we're looking at AMP programs, it's going to be something else. I strongly encourage the linkage between the two. And part of that may mean ensuring that the budgets are sufficient in EmPOWER programs to potentially accept a greater need and a greater connection. I mean, the AMP programs, when we're looking at DHCD having trouble converting qualified leads into completed homes, perhaps the program is a way that brings in customers who will follow through and get the work done. So I just really try to make that connection.
Okay, great. And I'm hoping we might hear from you during those AMP hearings. So thank you very much, Mr. Gravatt.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman.
Good morning, Mr. Gravatt. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
I guess the question I have is, it seems like, and I understand your comment, that you think we're better, that we should focus on coordination with DHCD as opposed to potentially expanding utility low and moderate income programs. Is that generally correct?
I think that is generally correct. Now, I'm not opposed entirely, really at all, to the idea of utilities implementing some low-income programs. The food bank lighting distribution, I think, is a great example. I believe that's something that the utilities are well positioned to do and have relationships with the lighting industry already. It's not a stretch for them. But I would just, I think my overarching view is rather than say, here's DHCD doing their work and utilities, you've got to do more. Let's ask the question, what are the areas, are there areas where utilities could be most well positioned to support their low and moderate income customers? And if that's the case, what do those programs look like and how do they coordinate with DHCD? Because the last thing we want is customers bouncing back and forth between the two, trying to sort out what's available to them. Does that answer your question?
I understand that, but it's, I believe you support the location-based pilots, which are intended to get to low to moderate income customers. So how do we, is that because that pilot is one that you think maybe will do what you just described? And why is it that you're supporting that, but maybe not supporting some of the other programs?
Sure. Well, I have a, what do I want to say? I believe in the potential for energy efficiency to be used to defer grid infrastructure investments. And so to the extent that these locational pilots are legitimately testing, can we avoid upgrading this substation? I think there's value there. And I appreciate the utilities looking at it as, is this a way that we can perhaps strengthen our offers to low-income customers? And I'm going to make a distinction between low and moderate here, because moderate income currently is not eligible for DHCD. So if there are enhanced incentives for moderate income, fully support that. But with low-income customers, if there are low-income customers within one of these territories where the utility decides to implement a locational program, so one thing about that locational geographically targeted program is that make it easier for them to identify the customers. They'll know they're in territory. But if a customer who's low income, who's below 200% of federal poverty, who would be better served by a DHCD program within, than they would be by whatever the utility is going to offer, I still think they should be referred to DHCD. I still think they should not get a lesser service because the utility is offering something in this geographically targeted territory. And I think that really speaks to a broad concern of mine. I mean, the focus should be what is going to best serve the customer. And if utilities have an incentive to show that they're doing something for their low-income customers that's not referring them to DHCD, if that would be a better service, then that's troubling to me. Sorry if I don't give very concise answers, but yes, I support the concept. I just want to make sure that they get the best service that they can within that.
Right, and I believe that Mr. Ellis was suggesting that this type of program may address some equity issues, and that therefore it was a very important program to try to reach certain populations. And frankly, even if they were to take, if they're not taking anything now, even if they take the utilities, which may not be as good as DHCDs, it's better than nothing at all, right?
Better than nothing at all, but I think there is a question about why they're not taking the DHCD program, and is there something that can be done to facilitate them taking the DHCD program?
Okay, let me see. I think that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gravatt, thank you for your presentation and for the comments that you filed.
Thank you very much.
At this point, we will take a 15-minute recess. We're going to have a programming change in the agenda. Is a representative of Office of People's Counsel on the line right now? Ms. Levin, are you with us?
I'm here, Chairman. We are working with OPC to confirm whether they're able to swap. It works for VEIC, but we have not yet been able to reach our contacts at OPC.
Okay,
so
well,
we will work on that over the break.
Thank you. We'll come back at 11:45 a.m. and see what the situation is. Thank you very much. We're in recess until 11:45.
Thank you.
Before we go back on the record, I'd just like to check in with Office of People's Counsel if they're ready to go, or if we should allow staff to go next.
It would be preferable for People's Counsel if staff were able to go next.
Okay, well, we'll do that, and then the plan will be to break for lunch after staff, and we'll figure out if MEA or OPC goes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Right, we are back on the record. I'd next like to call Public Service Commission staff to present their comments.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of the Commission staff. Presenting with me this morning are Ben Baker, and we have Joe Loper from Itron if we do have any EMB questions the Commission's wish to ask of Mr. Loper. Before we get into our presentation, I just had a couple of brief comments. You know, we've had a lot of information this week, a lot of good information. We are looking at, it's going to be a very challenging cycle to meet that 2% goal. We're going to see increased cost, lower savings, and that's really just due to the fact that we've had a very mature program. You know, we're going into our fifth program cycle. We've been active since 2008, 2009. So, you know, we're just going to have to see more expensive type measures to really try to meet the goals set by the state. Some other challenges, of course, is we've heard all week is the continuing COVID crisis. And of course, we do have an upcoming presidential election, and depending on what happens with the election, we could see different changes to efficiency levels, which could possibly impact how much lighting we could have for the next cycle and other types of appliances for the next cycle. Just wanted to comment on some of the questions that were discussed so far this week. Commissioner Herman was asking about the utilities with who are exceeding the 2% goal. So Commissioner Herman, as you have noted or have you seen, the utilities that have a goal cushion, you know, it's really related to them having CVR in their other program counting towards their savings towards that goal. We do have slides in the upcoming presentation that shows what would happen if we do have to, if the Commission does consider changing the estimated useful life and how that might impact the ability of those utilities to reach their goal, and what might need to be done, or what the probably be a work group would have to consider to try and make up that lost savings from less CVR savings. We were talking, we've had some discussion on the 250% poverty level. We are participants in the work group with the limited income work group. And, you know, my recollection, I don't have my notes with me, they're at my office and I haven't been in the office for a little while, but the 250% increase was discussed throughout the process with DHCD. And I don't recall a lot of pushback coming from any of the parties at the time over this last spring and summer, but that's my recollection. We've also heard discussion about adding fuel cells to the CHP program. And as was discussed yesterday, the primary reason why we don't allow the export of energy from the CHP program is because we're providing incentives to match the load to the size of the facility. And we did not want to have EmPOWER funds supporting any extra earnings coming from net metering or even being able to sell power on the grid. So we do, we would support a work group to kind of look into how we can handle fuel cells being a part of the CHP program and what we might be able to do in the event if there is some energy that's put back onto the grid from the fuel cells. One other aspect, we had some discussion of reporting consistency. Yeah, believe it or not, we do have a work group for that. It's called the Reporting Improvement Process Work Group. And we generally try to meet after plans are finalized by the Commission for the next reporting cycle. And we try to develop, look into what reporting metrics are necessary. So for example, prior to this current program cycle, we had, I think each utility had about 30 program summary worksheets they reported on during the semi-annuals, and we knocked that down to about 5 per utility. So we do look to look for ways to streamline and improve the process of reporting. And then finally, Commissioner Richard was talking about performance incentive mechanisms and how, what was the relationship between PC51 and EmPOWER. So Commissioner Richard, we did decide to move the performance incentive mechanism out of the PC51, primarily due to the fact that with EmPOWER, we do try to have consistency across the state for all the utilities who are able to offer the performance incentive mechanisms. And with the PC51 and the multi-year rate plans, we weren't doing, all the utilities at once. We were kind of doing them individually. So we thought it was best to keep that within the EmPOWER work groups to develop performance incentive mechanisms for the EmPOWER utilities. And then finally, as we look beyond 2023, it's been noted that when the Commission issued their order mandating the 2% goal several years ago, there was another deadline to look for proposals for new incentive new goal structures by the middle of 2022. So once we get through this process and get the new programs up and running, we will be working diligently to kind of meet that 18-month deadline to have in front of the Commission a set of new goals for future EmPOWER cycles. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Baker, who is going to give our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and good morning, commissioners. This is Benjamin Baker on behalf of staff. So yes, as Mr. Hurley just walked us through, the utilities are all projected to make goal under their current proposed plans, but we are looking at significant overshoots by the by BG, DPL, and PEPCO. But I note that those are largely upheld by the CVR program, as we were discussing earlier this week. I do want to note that when we were preparing for the presentation, that I realized we were working with a spreadsheet that was fixed via errata filing from PEPCO. So actually, we revised the amount that PEPCO is impacted by the CVR program. They still miss goal if the CVR programs don't count this cycle, but if under a 3-year E well, they are allowed to count. We would estimate that they would make goal, but we would still need to have the companies verify that. But in any case, in terms of programs that are contributing largest towards the goal for the lighting and behavioral programs, those are the programs that are definitely leading the way. And then for more individual programs, the Exelon Utilities CVR programs are obviously a large contributor. For Delmarva Power and Light, small business and midstream are also 2 large contributors. PE and Smeco, their prescriptive programs, the custom program for PE, and Smeco's CHP program. So these are some of the largest drivers of gross savings in the upcoming cycle. And I'll just leave this chart here for a second to kind of highlight that, but that basically those were the programs over 10% going towards a goal. So another item that we wanted to make sure that we highlighted for the commissioners was the estimated surcharge impacts upcoming in this cycle. So for PE, Smeco, and WGL, they were anticipating residential surcharges growing by 2023 greater than 20% of what we have today in 2020. I did do a total bill impact analysis for the residential customers, and I found that I think the largest was about 2% across the years. But I think the larger discussion that needs to be thought about is what's happening to the C&I customers, who I think this year are starting to pick up basically their surcharges are going to be increasing significantly in the upcoming cycle. So as can be seen here, especially for Potomac Edison, who has increased their C&I budget substantially, you are going to see substantial bill impacts or increases across the across time. I did try and do an estimated bill impact for PE. It's not as quality controlled as I want it to be at this time, but my back of the hand estimate is you'll see about 1 to 8% depending on the class total impact, like 2023 relative to 2020. And then your year over year, there was only one class where there was about a 5% increase, and I think we were looking more at 1 to 3%. But that's not to minimize that these are going to be large increases to the surcharges via these programs. The gas surcharges for BG residential, it was under 10% across the 3 years. But Washington Gas, who is basically doubling most of their budgets, or close to it, we will likely see significant increases in those surcharges. So then it's starting to address some of the items that have been raised this week and in the filings. Staff is supportive of Potomac Edison's proposals to changes to the incentive structures over time, not over time, but without seeking commission authorization, or just talking to staff. And we recommend that be accepted and be extended to all utilities at this time. For PHI's request to increase incentives by 15% for their C&I programs for up to 12 weeks, we also support this, but we would request that staff be notified 10 days prior to this, and that the commission be explained, the impact of this be provided in the next semi-annual filing following that increase. And similar to PE's proposals, we would ask that this be extended to all utilities for consistency across the state. The PHI companies also were looking at adding some independent advisor roles to their programs. One is for the low to moderate income customers, their community efficiency coaches. And we do support this at this time. There's been a large push within the programs to effectively increase our LMI pickup, and we think that this would be one way that would help with that. The Diverse Business Incubator Program, which I believe is focusing on diverse suppliers within the programs. As we discussed in our comments, we think that this is a good idea. We just aren't convinced that EmPOWER surcharge funds should be used for it. They are part of a voluntary MOU to try and increase diverse providers across the state, and as we show in our comments, they are doing well in that regard, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't always strive for improvement. Residential programs. So staff supports the majority of the residential programs that have been proposed, with one notable exception, which was the BGE HVAC tune-up program. But a couple other concerns that we did want to just highlight about these. As has been noted, we do not think that electric vehicle charging infrastructure is EmPOWER or is energy efficiency. And I think, and so that will just be something we have to wrestle with, if EmPOWER funds should really go towards that, or if there's a different way of funding this proposal without using the EmPOWER funds. The our thermostat optimization savings, we also are worried that in the upcoming, and if Joe can speak to this more if you have questions, but we're worried that they're going to start to see a decrease in what would be net savings, because we are aware that at least one of the providers of smart thermostats is starting to provide the service, the optimization software for free. So free ridership issues abound there. The consumer electronics, responding to one of the questions Commissioner O'Donnell had earlier this week, I did go back and pull up the evaluation verification reports from the last couple of years, and the consumer electronics program has had a low net to gross ratio over the last couple of years. Staff isn't recommending rejection of this program because it's part of an overall cost-effective portfolio, which is what we strive for. But we would note that those net to gross ratios have been very low over the last couple of years. DHCC's programs.
Mr. Baker.
Yes.
what about BGE responded on the HVAC tune-up saying that it was maybe it's not cost effective, but it's more affordable to do maintenance and, you know, encouraging folks to, oh, where'd you go? My goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull. I have a backup slide for that. My apologies.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was just me. So yeah, just wondering what you know, whether or not that made any change in your recommendation.
No, I mean, we do appreciate that, but we do note that this is a program offered by contractors already in our state, and it has limited saving. It has a limited savings potential in general. Now, with that stated, if we're going to get rid of the CVR programs, BG is the one utility where no matter what we do, whether we accept part of the CVR savings or none of the CVR savings, they're not going to make goals. So maybe we would need to keep this program in there to help them meet that goal. But if there's no movement on the CVR programs, I think staff would view this as it's not a cost effective. We understand where they're coming from, but it's not a cost effective program even with that considered. So it's a balancing act there, I would say. I do appreciate where they're coming from on that idea.
And then you also mentioned the installation of the EV and the new home installation.
Yes.
Right. And I think the response to that was, we're talking about $100, and it's not a great big program, but it sure is cost effective to encourage electrification.
Yes.
What do you think about that as well?
And I think in our comments, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't actually believe we recommended removal of the EV charging infrastructure. We might have kicked the ball to your court on that, but we know, sorry. But we did note that I think, because what we were wrestling with was we have an order saying we want to encourage cooperation between our other state programs. And so we want to do that. But also we have a mandate from the state saying, do energy efficiency programs or things that encourage conservation. And so electric vehicles are great for if you want to focus on electrifying the grid, if you want to focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but not really encouraging energy efficiency in that regard. So it just becomes, is it appropriate to throw surcharge money at it? It's sort of like, is it kind of with that supplier diversity question, is it appropriate for the supplier, the funds to go, our fund, or the surcharge funds to go to that? Now, if is there a way to fund it with maybe using the EV pilot money? That could be another way of doing it. Or alternatively, we just say, look, we're okay including that in the surcharge, but I think we just need to all go eyes open that at least in the current cycle, we don't really have a mandate in the EmPOWER programs to encourage EV. We have it's efficiency now. So yes, not exactly a full answer, but that's not.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker, a couple questions before you go up.
Yes.
If memory serves me right, didn't Smeco have a HVAC tune-up, both residential and C&I?
Dan, in the current proposals?
Yeah, for the next upcoming cycle.
I would have to double check, but they might. Dan, do you recall?
I need to double check that as well.
I'm not sure, but
they've had in the past. I think one of the reasons with the BG one that we're recommending it for right now is the cost effectiveness was like 0.09. It was very, very low cost effectiveness, and it seemed like it was a lot of money for small savings.
Yeah, I was intrigued by Mr. Baker's comment that the services offered by current HVAC contractors, and it made me think, our HVAC contractors in Southern Maryland advertise that service all the time. It's one of the biggest business gatherers, I think, so especially when the seasons change. So anyway, I can look that back up later.
I'm sorry, I don't have that one on the top of my head.
Hey, Dan, Ben, I can say that Smeco does not have it listed as a line item in their program plan, and but I think sometimes the HVAC tune-up program activities are loaded into the larger HVAC category, and so they may not be showing up in the program plan numbers specifically.
Okay.
But they are around and have been around.
The consumer electronics, did we disallow that in the previous cycle? Remind me.
I believe it's active today. It's an active program, I believe.
It is. I seem to recall there being some concern when we developed the last cycle, but
yes, Commissioner. Oh, sorry to interrupt. It was part of the last cycle, but it was rejected back for, I believe, 2012 to 2014 it was proposed and not accepted at that time.
Yeah, that's before my time at the commission, so I wouldn't remember that. But okay, very good. Thank you.
Can I jump in real quick with a question? I also had a question about the HVAC program, BG's HVAC tune-up program. And of course, this goes back to the Smeco presentation. I believe they make tune-ups part of their, is it the HEIP program, their version of the Home Performance with Energy Star? And I was wondering if that's a better approach, if I heard that correctly, to suggest that be part of a Home Performance with Energy Star overall program rather than a standalone program, that would help at all with the low total resource costs and societal cost test.
So if it's bundled with, I need to double check the Smeco proposal, but if it's bundled within the HVAC program from Smeco, that might be what's occurring, which is they have an HVAC tune-up program that is being, since it's a sub-program, it's part of that. It's kind of within the numbers, in which case BG might be getting beat up on a little because they proposed it separate from their other programs. And so I think that is a fair thing to consider, and we need to look at. At the same time, though, it is worth asking ourselves if this is close to a free ridership program, do we want to continue that? I will note Smeco is basically on the dot with their goal proposal, and so anything we do to shake that up a bit, maybe it's appropriate, but it's likely then going to lead to possibly not making the gross goal.
Okay, thank you. By the way, none of my questions, I think all the utilities have put forward a very good proposal. So nothing should be construed as beating up on just, taking a look at some of the minor points. Can I also ask a question, since it's been raised, about the EV? And again, I'm not trying to engage like in a debate, but if we approach it, can we approach the EV ready programs as a demand response program? Because without those kind of free wiring, it is very costly to get the smart charging systems. And I just happen to know that because I'm trying to configure my garage now and get the appropriate 220 so I can get that type of equipment. And it is very costly if you do it later. So is that one way to make the argument that yes, in fact, it is an energy efficiency program, it is a demand response program? But what are your thoughts on that?
I think you could make that argument, but then we're also getting into, because then your car is now acting like a battery to the grid, which if you go later in our comments, we don't support the battery proposal put forward by BGE. One of the chief concerns is it's not really an energy efficiency tool. I mean, it's not really, I shouldn't say tool. It's not really energy efficiency. It is definitely a tool that can be used for demand response purposes. So in that sense, you can use electric vehicles for that. I'm not aware of us I'm not as familiar with our electric vehicle programs, but I'm not aware of us having a demand response program there for EVs right now. But that's not to say we couldn't consider eventually developing one. And I would say because we're at this crossroad where we're coming into the end of our 2% goal cycle, and a lot of parties have kind of hinted at this, is like once we get out of this goal cycle, can we open it up to other issues than just energy efficiency? And so it really becomes, how broad of a net do you want to cast around energy efficiency? If you want to treat the cars as demand response, in which case I think they're then acting more like a battery, then you will have also then, I think, opened up the program to possibly energy storage as well for demand response purposes. So I think there's that trade-off. And maybe you want to make a clear distinction that, no, I'm going to just say that the EVs are for demand response, but I think that the battery's one step too far, but I think you're on a slippery slope then.
I see. I take your point. I guess I was approaching it more trying to encourage managed charging, trying to encourage the smart charging features. And that's how I saw it as a demand management, demand response. So anyway, thank you for your answer.
The time of use rates, I think, are a good example of that, that kind of idea. All right. Moving forward, the DHCD programs. So we do support the energy kit proposal, but we were worried about the crossover with the utility. So we were definitely encouraged to hear that there is some conversations occurring, and we want that to continue. So when we get to evaluation periods, we're not worried that the same customer basically received the same kit from two different entities. In terms of increasing the customer eligibility, staff does support that. And as Mr. Hurley discussed earlier, we also support going into a work group to figure this out. I would definitely say we want a blitz kind of work group where it's a single topic. Please give us more than a couple months, but but I think if this is a very focused group where it's focused on one or two issues, hopefully we can make the strides that need to be made, especially if what is said is this is where we want to go make it happen. And so I think if the group is told this is where we're going and make it work, I think that's different than exploring it. And then we do still propose to reject the enhanced weatherization and net zero programs. We still think our concerns about that these have extremely low TRCs under our current evaluation methodologies, and that they're anticipated to only reach a handful of customers. We're not sure that the bang for the buck is there relative to what they could do with it in their other programs. But that's where we're at on the DHCD programs. CNI programs, we do support a majority of the CNI proposed programs. We do propose some modifications, mostly to keep incentive structures uniform across the state. But there are two proposals that we are recommending. I think right now they're both more in the defer decision, but leaning towards the proposed rejection, which is the PHI's SLED proposal and the Exelon Smart Energy Manager proposal. So focusing on those two for a minute. So the PHI companies have put forward a program whereby they would convert utility-owned streetlights to LEDs in municipalities where they want that to happen. When we dug into the numbers, we found that this was not technically a cost-effective program. And I also reviewed the MEA comments talking about transparency. And if we do go this way, I think we definitely need to do that and consider, if we're throwing EmPOWER funds at utility-owned equipment, what does that mean from a rate recovery perspective and also a return perspective? And so, but another point that staff was not fully comfortable making a recommendation of acceptance or rejection is that they're putting these proposals in their rate cases. And so we think that that would be a good place to kind of flush out these programs in their entirety. And so we think that that would be a good place to determine the final outcome of these programs. With that stated, though, these programs will, if the acceptance or rejection of these programs will impact their ability to make goal. The commercial smart energy manager programs, as we stated, BGE has basically said this is cost effective, while the PHI companies are not projecting cost effectiveness. Trying to look into the numbers, we found that there was a significant divergence in the cost and savings numbers. And so basically, and I appreciate what the Exelon utilities have proposed, so I won't spend a lot of time here. But we do, I do agree with the idea where they basically go back, sit down, align those forecasts, and then give us something here in a couple weeks. And so we think that's the appropriate approach, because otherwise, all else equal, we would probably recommend the PHI companies programs be rejected and BGE would be accepted, but then there's still that question of who had the correct forecast. The other one thing to note, though, about these programs is their statement that they need to have 1,000 customers to evaluate for savings. And so it's just going to be a question of how fast can they ramp up the number of customers playing in these programs. And so that in order for us to actually measure savings, that's going to be something that we're going to need to see happen, and something that it'll be interesting to see how Delmarva Power and Light does with getting there, just because they have, I think, less customers to pull from for this kind of a program. The programs we're proposing modifications, the 100 the change from 60 kilowatts to 100. Our main issue in reviewing the filings was that there hadn't really been a case made in the filings that was saying, look, the customers in the 60 to 100 kilowatt range or the 60 to 150 kilowatt range are not taking advantage of our other programs. That was something that was provided, I think, in previous iterations of this, that was used to justify a change in cap. And so I think we would be benefited from having that analysis before we say, yes, go ahead and do it, because one of the core tendencies of this program is that these customers, the small business customers, need some more help to be able to actually take advantage of what is here. But at the same time, these programs are projected to be cost effective, and they were done, and that was at this increased customer level. So it's not a completely inappropriate proposal, but it's just something that we were hesitant to get behind at this time. For the caps, yes, I think everyone confirmed caps this week, but just to reiterate, we want to make sure that customers are paying for part of this. I actually am going to rephrase it. I think DPL and PEPCO were in favor of still getting rid of the cap. I would need to recheck the video, but I think we were still in favor, though, of having this cap for uniformity across the state, and ensuring that customers are paying something. I think the PHI companies are indicating, though, that there shouldn't really be a change in the amount provided to these customers. And then finally, there's also a proposal for a customer engagement representative from some of the utilities, and we're supportive of that. We just would like to have some tracking of if there's a way to track how that representative has succeeded in getting customers into the program, to know if that kind of a position should continue forward through the programs, would be good to have. And finally, inside the small business program, BGE was putting forward a proposal to go from 1 year to 3 years. We weren't supportive of it at this time, mostly because we're questioning if these customers are having problems making payments now, why are we trying to? It would lower their electricity bill, which is a good thing, but it's still a question of is it right to be throwing basically a debt at them during under economic hardship. But with that stated, it's not a bad proposal for customers. And so the one issue that I think we need to think about, though, is that this will then push unrecovered cost out a little bit. And so it just becomes a question of, should a return component be added to that? Custom programs, as stated earlier, we would like to keep the incentives on par across the state. So that's the $28 kilowatt hour, and the proposing to increase it to 35 without talking to the commission. We would just request that be rejected at this time, but not opposed to consideration at a later date. And then PE's CHP program is within the custom program, and so just to track how CHP programs are working throughout the state, we would request that they at least report the success of that program. Not they can keep it bundled, but if they could basically give us information about that separately inside their portfolio. The retro commissioning, once again, these are just levelization proposals, so ensure that all the utilities are using incentives at 8, that they're consistent across the utilities. And then on the virtual commissioning, when I was reviewing those programs, it wasn't clear to me what the incentive structure was for those. And so I think it would behoove us to, before they start offering these, that they give us concrete plans for how the incentives are going to work for the virtual commissioning. And maybe there isn't any incentives, but I think it would just be good to have that laid out. The CHP programs, basically the two big changes to the CHP program are the incentive structure has been changed to favor small CHP plants, also known as micro CHP, and also there's an increased focus on fuel cells coming. We would just request that all the CHP, that we have a requirement that all the CHP programs have to exceed a cost effectiveness of 1 before we give them the funds, and that's the projected TRC. It's just if we're going to be throwing money at these smaller plants, let's make sure that we're getting the bang for the buck out of this program, especially with the increased cost to the system, to our programs. And then the fuel cell issue, yeah, as Dan said, we're willing to get into a work group to figure out this issue. We likely would support a de minimis discharge onto the grid. What that is we don't know. One idea we were kicking back and forth, once again, this needs to be discussed with the utilities, was maybe if we do have a charge onto the grid that results in a payment, that payment come back into our programs, in which case they have less incentive to build, to be discharging onto the grid. That's something I think we should discuss with the utilities to determine if that's the appropriate way. We want to make sure we're not inappropriately incentivizing, but also if there's an engineering reason why they need to be able to do that, we don't want to keep them out of our programs either. All right, so the PIDs. Staff did go after the PIDs a little bit this cycle. As I would just like to note that under the proposed budgets, we're looking, based off of current program spend to date, we're seeing about we're looking at possible spend over 5 times what has currently been done in this program cycle. All the PID proposals are for the residential class except for Washington Gas, based off of staff's read. We do recommend at this time that we reject the unidentified budgets. While we do support flexibility, we think that this is ratepayer funds. We have concerns about these growing surcharges. We should have concrete plans for how it's going to be spent, and are these pilots going to actually help us further the EmPOWER goals? And what is the and I think the utilities will give those to us, but I think pre-approving the budget is not something that we should do at this time, and instead put the onus on the utilities to bring that proposal to the commission with what are we proposing, when is it going to be implemented, how are we going to measure it? That's a very key thing. We need to know how these are being measured, and at that point, I would argue for another step of what's our game plan to determine rejection or acceptance into our EmPOWER programs. Staff also has issues with, or I should say not issues, but concerns with us piloting programs that have already proven to be successful in other service territories. I think a number of utilities this cycle are proposing to run pilots that we've seen have success in other territories, and that's not a bad thing from a lessons learned perspective, but at the same time, we've got, is the idea that you're just to learn how it's going to work for your system? Well, I think it becomes a question of how much of your proposed budget is capital versus how much of your proposed budget is incentive based. If it's something that's capital based, well, once it's in the ground, I have a hard time seeing us backing off from that. And so I would just say if it's we were concerned with ideas that if somebody else has done it, that we should also pilot it. That's not to say that they're all inappropriate. We did appreciate Washington Gas had a very firm timeline for, we're going to pilot this. If it works, we're in. If it doesn't work, we're out. And so that was something I appreciate about one of the Washington Gas proposals. So just a quick summary, we do support the PHI's alternative incentive delivery, the net zero homes, the kits, BGE's BYD expansion, BGE's new QHEX, and Pepco's market-based savings programs. The other, Smeco's two other programs we also support, but we think that there needs to be more. The energy savings with greater rewards we do support, but I do appreciate them saying they're going to try and ensure that it doesn't go past the up to cap. So I think that's a good thing to have in place. And I think it would also be worth exploring, can we expand this program to third-party players and not just the marketplaces? The marketplaces are associated with utilities. Is there a way to expand this kind of rewards program to other third parties who might not be the marketplaces? Maybe that's something as we pilot it we look into, but that's just a thought that crossed my mind when I reviewed it. Smart home pilots. We would prefer, before any new smart home pilots are approved, that we would request that let's get the pilots that are running wrapped up, presented to the commission, evaluated, and then determine what's the next step in the smart home pilot that we should study. So we know that the PHI companies still have some smart home pilots outstanding. So we would just request, let's wrap those up, let's get them evaluated, and then determine what the next steps are. The one exception that we thought was appropriate was Smeco's time of use pilot. This is one of the, it's a smart home pilot that had a time of use flare to it. We were requesting, let's restructure that pilot to be a time of use pilot that's being enabled with technology. We do have another pilot running in PC 44 where it has a technology component to it, but if you recall, there was questions about how we could actually measure the impact of the technology. Well, why don't we try and use this to pilot to measure the impact of the technology? We've seen success in other markets before, I will note, in terms of technology paired with time of use rates, but to the extent that the commission wants to see that kind of a pilot, I think this would be the appropriate place to do it. Go ahead.
Baker.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Baker, what do we do with these pilots if they've already, I mean, I had a similar question about, you know, if it's already been piloted somewhere else, why are we calling it a pilot? Why don't we just do it? What is staff's solution here? Do we just say, go ahead and do it and don't call it a pilot? Or do we just deny the pilot and have them come back with a program? You know, what's your solution to this pilot?
Right. I think I would point to the BGE. What pilot is that? There's a pilot where the commission laid out very specific parameters, and I believe it's the BGE. It's for custom. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on it, but basically it was laid out very clear in there. Here's what needs to be in a pilot proposal, and I was a little surprised that wasn't in these proposals. I went back and looked at previous PID proposals, and they were similar, not as detailed. So, but I think that we'd be benefited more by them laying out in the beginning, here's why we want to do it. Here's what we know has been learned in other places, and here's the new learning that we're going to receive. I get a little hesitant when the utilities show up and say, we want to pilot something because we're unique from a different utility, and that's the only new learning we're going to get out of it. That's not always an inappropriate reason to run something, but it is I would say the time of use pilot might be a good example of this. We've seen in other jurisdictions, time of use pilots have fairly consistent levels of success. Is there a reason that we need to do that again here? And so it becomes a question of, is this a way to get around the cost effect? I'm not saying they're trying to get around the cost effectiveness, but to the extent that capital is involved, you do have to ask, once these systems are in place, that becomes a sunk cost. And so I do worry about us including pilots that we don't really need to do if it's been successful in other locations. I agree with that.
Right. So
How do we
trying to figure out what we, do we, if we reject them and then say, come back with the parameters about evaluation and all of the parameters. And I don't recall which plan it was where we laid them out, but it was very clear that they were, to have, each pilot was to have a 6, I believe, 6 or 7 requirements. And I see Commissioner O'Donnell nodding his head, and I'm sure he can tell us which one it was. But and I think everybody who's on this call or on this hearing would know, is familiar with that. But if we do that, then if we reject them and say, come back with a plan, doesn't that affect the surcharge potentially? And for year one, and how do we?
So yeah, so the surcharge is set for year one. My understanding is the surcharge is set off the forecast. Dan, you can jump in and correct me. And so it becomes a question of, after it's set, and when, and I think by the time it's set, that's about the time you would typically approve your plan. And so the approval, there becomes a question of, should we have a true up after? Should we wait a year to true up, or do we try and reset rates based off of your new order? That would be something we would need to consider, especially if there's going to be a significant pullout of the PIDs from the budgets. And so that's, because I agree with you. If we're removing the PIDs, that will impact what we set these surcharges at. And typically, the surcharge is a forecast of what we're going to recover. It's not we're paying you back over time for what you didn't recover, that's what this could potentially turn into. And so that would become a change.
Yeah, and that's where I'm trying to balance, juggle. There's a lot of pieces, a lot of balls in the air here. So
yes,
just wanted to get your input on that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Do any of these pilots that have been advocated by the administrators have any of those criteria in them, or because the reason we set the pilot criteria system up was we were discovering pilots that were living ad infinitum in tariffs and riders, and they weren't really pilots, they were policy. Do you know?
Yeah, so Commissioner O'Donnell, I can take that question. So yeah, the pilots, so a little history on the PIDs. We kind of developed the PID programs back in like 2012, 2013. They have the utilities opportunity to kind of study various ways to study programs they might want to implement into the future of EmPOWER. Now, over time, as we've seen the budgets really, especially this cycle, the budgets have really jumped to a greater number. And on top of that, with the commissions changing, and this commission in particular setting up the parameters, I believe it was on the prepaid pilot. I think we also used those parameters on the behavioral pilots that we just have running now. We kind of moved more towards a, let's say, stricter pre-plan for how we want these pilots to run. So I think we're looking for more information than what we have now that was in the proposals.
All right. Because they're called PIDs and are part of the 3-year planning cycle in EmPOWER, they're kind of like getting a pass to, but there's a reason we set those criteria up, and it was more than just one case. You're absolutely right. And MEA had a hand in presenting to us and helping develop those criteria, and I certainly was an advocate for it. Things like sunset clause, so you knew when it was going to end, or going to be, what the success criteria or failure criteria were, all those things. And they were very clearly laid out, but it seems like we kind of lay that out in orders and then it goes away. I don't know.
Yeah, this is just a thing that's, I think we've just seen a change over time since about 2012, 2013. We're under a different goal structure back then. We were, around that time, we were very far behind meeting the 15% per capita goals that were in the legislation in 2015. So we kind of say the commission might have eased. Maybe that's not the proper term, but it's kind of a way that gave the utility a little bit of leeway to investigate projects. But over time, I guess you could say the pendulum swinging back towards, we want to see more detailed pilots and the 6 or 7 steps that we've been looking at over the past several years.
And I do have an appreciation for the need and desire to innovate. It's not something that the electricity utility industry had been used to for a long time, and I think it's important that they are doing a lot of innovative stuff. And so I appreciate that side of the coin too. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would, and Commissioner O'Donnell, I would say Washington Gas, I think it was their midstream program, I think had it was still very high level, but it had a timeline attached to it, which I thought was very important. It was very much, we're going to do it. If it works, we'll keep going. If it doesn't work, we're going to get out. I think that was I appreciated reading that in terms of a pilot proposal because it was very clear. So the PIDs where we are recommending rejection, the Smeco BYOD program, this gets back into our concern of we have 3 other utilities in the state running BYOD. It's not sure why Smeco would need to run it separately. DPL and PEPCO with their My Energy Target, Smeco has implemented a pilot before and showed it to work. I think I'm not clear what is really a large difference between DPL and PEPCO relative to Smeco to be able to run that kind of a program that's, I believe, behavioral in base. BG's youth engagement program, I actually, this one there, through data requests, we did get a lot more information on what they were proposing, and I tried to put that in our write-up. And I think that it was, and I think my main concern is that they already have an education program, they already have a behavioral program, and it wasn't, and so it just becomes a question of where are we going with it? And also the issue of, I think that I would have to look more to my evaluators, but I just was trying to think of how are we going to evaluate this behavioral program on top of other behavioral programs that we already have running. That's not an insurmountable issue. It's just something we'll need to consider if we approve it. DPL and PEPCO's direct install measures, I didn't see anything in the write-up on either of those measures, and so I didn't suggest accepting at this time. So the location-based energy efficiency for LMI customers. My main concern when reviewing it is this looks very similar to another pilot that was proposed 3 years ago by the PHI companies that was rejected because the commission thought that it was a program that belonged it was a proposal that belonged in a different area, and I think that was largely based off the idea that they were trying to avoid they were trying to evaluate the distribution impacts of it. That's not to say that this kind of a proposal doesn't have a lot of merit to it. If we can cost effectively avoid distribution upgrades on our system using energy efficiency, and more important, and also do it by helping out the LMI community, that's a great goal. I just think that previously looking back at a previous order, a very similar program was rejected. To me, the difference when reviewing it was I'm sure there were other differences maybe, but one of the key was this one was focusing on the LMI community. And so I think that it's just one of those things where they look similar and it was kind of a question of what's different. But if we do go this way, I think we need to be clear once again, we're still funding this with EmPOWER money. And so if there is any incentives going toward if we do go forward, none of the incentives should be going towards non-energy efficiency measures. And so that's just something to consider. BG's virtual power plant proposal, we do not support it. Basically, the commission has also previously weighed in on programs that look like they're shifting energy back and forth. And so there was a fuel cell proposal a couple of years ago, and the commission rejected it, saying that they believed that it was just shifting the energy back and forth. And so they didn't believe it was energy efficiency, and so denied it. Storage, I would argue to an even greater extent, is exactly that. Additionally, I do appreciate BG's nuance that they were bringing up yesterday, which is in our other case where we're evaluating storage, that's focused on the locational benefit of avoiding distribution. But in this one is more service territory wide. But I would still argue that we would, in that proceeding, we're kind of setting up how we evaluate storage programs. And so I think it would be a good, if we do want to consider using this, I think we should still be looking at the same parameters we look to evaluate the proposals inside of that case. And on top of that, staff just doesn't view energy storage at this time as an energy efficiency program. Washington Gas's PIDs, their online business energy advisor for C&I customers. This is the same, my read of their PID proposal is it was the same as what the Exelon utilities are proposing with their smart energy manager program. And one of the main reasons I didn't think it was advisable at this time to go forward with Washington Gas's proposal is they've traditionally struggled with getting customers into their programs. Now, that's not to say they're going to not make big strides this upcoming cycle, but the only way you're going to be, and I think they also said this, you need about 1,000 customers in the pilot to actually evaluate savings. And so I would say if we allow the smart energy manager programs to run, especially for the electric utilities, we could, honestly, we could just say how they succeed there, and then if we want to pull it in for Washington Gas at a later date, that wouldn't be completely inappropriate. But at the same time, we do know the Exelon utilities we need to figure out the cost effectiveness issue there. The business virtual commissioning program, we were supportive of. The midstream offerings, this is the pilot where I said they had a clear, concise timeline, and so we were supportive of it. The demand response program, I didn't do an industry search for. I would be a little surprised if demand response for gas hasn't been run in other places, but I haven't looked into it, so I can't confirm that for you. But to that extent, though, not opposed to them piloting a demand response program, subject to, once again, limited nature, and also questioning if we really need we don't want to spend a lot of money on the evaluation probably for this program. And then natural gas advanced technology, I just believe that we need additional information. And that is our presentation today, and we are available for any additional questions the commissioners have.
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed one issue that was not discussed in your comments or the slide deck today was the recommendation by a number of geothermal industry supporters arguing that our current $1,500 rebate for an entire project should be raised to be comparable to what we've seen in some other states in the Northeast. Does the staff have any position on whether we should raise the current EmPOWER subsidy? I think it's $1,500 per project instead of how other states do it in terms of per ton.
Dan?
Yes. So I'll take a crack at that first. So I think it's probably worth looking into, but we do have to balance that with the bill impacts and the cost of the program. Geothermal systems are very expensive to install. I believe we heard $20,000 to $30,000 per project. So with a potentially limited incentive budget for the HVAC type programs, how much of that incentive do we want to go into a geothermal project? So those are things we would probably need to consider, but we would probably need to look more closely at the other states and how their programs work in conjunction with other HVAC.
I did not delve into the details of the appendices. Do you have an idea of how many of these rebates were received during the past program cycle by customers?
For the geothermal, I don't have that. We can look into the spreadsheets in the past and give you an answer, but I don't have that on with you at this time.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. First, I'd like to start with the financing proposals. First of all, do staff have any reservations on at this time proceeding with a financing pilot project? It's 3 parts. And second, do you believe that the Maryland Clean Energy Center's proposal is sufficiently formed at this point that it is something ready to be considered? And finally, would the PID program, I mean, if we were as a commission decide we wanted to go this route, would the PID programs look to be the place we get financing and be very specific and direct that the financing come from those programs for such a pilot, or should we just leave it open to the utilities to meet the directives? And my assumption on this question is that it's across all 5 of the power utilities.
Yes, Commissioner. So in the financing work group report, I was staff's position that the MCEC pilot proposal was probably was a good route to go to get financing into the power program. It was not going to cost, I think the total across the utilities about $1.3 million to up to $2 million. So the budget, compared to the full-on budgets for all the utilities of $800 million, we think it's cost effective enough to, if the commission wishes to approve it, the commission can approve it, and if any additional details do need to be worked out, we can work that out in the first quarter and towards having a pilot up and running second half of 2021.
Great. And funding, leave it open to the utilities, or should we be very specific that it come from PID?
I think the PID budgets is appropriate. I know we talked about rejecting a lot of the PID proposals at this time, so there will be some of the PID money that's been proposed by the utilities would be available for this financing pilot.
Okay. Second question is on cost recovery. I'd hope that be able to engage with MEA first, but I did want to get staff's views on potential ways we might move forward. I guess as a preamble, like you've heard others, I am concerned. Well, first of all, I want to say I want to make sure we don't do anything that sets back the EmPOWER programs, because I do take very seriously the utilities' point about things are working well. So I certainly want to do no harm, but I do have a concern that the analogy of a mortgage was used. I kind of see this more as a maxed out credit card. And I would like to see if we can get this thing paid off, because right now for me it's rather unsatisfactory that $54 million just vanishes into interest payments. So what I'd like to ask is, do we have enough now from like the MEA proposal that we could move forward? And I guess the other part of my preamble is, I personally, just as one commissioner, would rather not wait 3 years, another 3 years to do something, to take some action on this. So do we have enough now from MEA's report, and my understanding is there's going to be a subsequent report, that we might be able to provide some clear direction and hopefully also help accelerate the process of trying to address these interest payments?
Sure, I'll take the first crack, and if Ben wants to jump in, I'll happy to hear his thoughts too. I'm not sure if we have a fleshed out enough idea with the MEA proposal right now. I think we were kind of waiting to hear what they had to say too, to comment on what they might have had to say. So, but we did jump ahead of the order here. But so we're very interested to hear what they have to say this afternoon. But I think from what we know from the work groups and their reports is, I don't know if we're quite there yet. I will comment that, with the EmPOWER current surcharge recovery over 5 years with the amortization, I know there's been some discussion of taking the unamortized balance and spreading that out over 10 years. Well, I think that's, I mean, we're not really supportive of trying to spread it over 10 years. Because, every year we're paying off the last 5 years balance. And then I know we're adding a new balance on with the way it's set up now. But, a 1 year's program cost is spent back over 5 years. And I don't know if we want to take a chunk of unamortized balance money that has various levels of amortization left from 1 to 5 years and then spread that over 10 years. Now, it's going to lessen the bill impact. So, I mean, there's maybe the benefit if you're looking for a lower bill impact, then you can spread out that impact over a longer time. And of course, the other direction is true. If you try to spend that down quicker, we're going to have a higher bill impact. So it's kind of the comfort level of the balance of how much unamortized balance is there versus bill impact versus the surcharge. So it's a balancing act that we quite haven't figured out the balance yet.
I would say also is the MEA proposal report. My understanding is that it is completely focused on getting rid of the surge, basically it's going to a complete expense model. And so if that is the commission's goal, I think that would be a good thing to make clear to the parties. We want to go to a complete expensing model, in which case then the group can sit down and develop a program to move to an expensing model. I think, and maybe the 10-year amortization is the right way to do it, but then we have intergenerational equity issues of customers 10 years in the future are paying for costs that were incurred. Well, it could be almost 50. Like if we re-amortize what's already, as Mr. Hurley just discussed, you could be looking at something like from 10, like greater than 10 years ago, getting paid off 10 years from now. So, or not 10 years ago, but like something from a couple of years ago, not getting paid off in the next 10 years. And so there's that balancing issue. But I also recognize, I mean, this was one of I spent maybe 3 or 4 slides on it, was our bill impacts, even without just staying status quo, especially for the C&I customers under the current projections are going to be going up significantly. That's not a reason not to go after these and pay it down maybe, but that's just something we have to wrestle with. And so I think so if you keep it amortized over 10 years, basically what MEA is telling you is we can keep bill impacts low, but then what we're accepting, at least my understanding, what we're then accepting is that we're okay with the intergenerational equity issues to get rid of the expensing model, or to get rid of the amortization model and go to a complete expensing model. And so that's, I think, the core question: does the commission want to completely get away from the expensing model? Because I think that in our discussions, the one of the tensions is some people don't think that we should be going away from expensing model, and some people think that we should. And so it becomes, or should we go to an expensing model or should we not? And so I think that will help us if we want to have a complete holistic approach with all the parties on board. The commission would be saying we want to go there or we don't want to go there. Maybe you can't say that today, but that's just something I think would help develop a proposal where everyone would be more on board.
And then the report also talks about performance incentive mechanisms, PIMs. Again, maybe it's not fully ready at this point, but is there something we could direct to try to accelerate the discussion? Because it sounds like there's a little bit of a quagmire right now in the work group. Is there something we do to light a fire and to incentivize? And maybe it would be to adopt what MEA has now. But anyway, I'd like your thoughts on that. Is there a way that we can, and I think it's important that we reward and we fairly compensate the utilities, particularly for good performance.
Dan, so I would say definitely. So if you want a PIM now, I would say tell the work group you want a PIM and you want it, and that you want it in the next, and maybe MEAs is the right way to go. I would say MEAs, PIMs, from my read of the report and discussions, were all based around getting rid of the 10-year, basically switching to the expense model. So basically, the ROE, the earnings to the utility would change based off of how well they were meeting goal, and that the reward would be on your return associated, or at least one of them was associated with the return on the unamortized balance. The other PIM that was discussed in the work group, which was put forward by the utilities, and that's the one that we weren't very supportive of at this time, was the one where if they met goal and under budget, then there would be cost sharings with the utility. And we were really concerned with forecast error in that discussion. And so we don't want to, that would basically be if I can bump the budget up or then by a little bit, then I have an easier time making goal. And so I just don't think that that's an advisable approach for a PIM at this time. But once again, I think we're willing to work on it. I think that the PIMs came a little late in our work group discussion. So I think that's also where a little bit of the quagmire came. But I think, I think clear direction that you want the PIM and here's when you want it would help accelerate the work group to give you a PIM. If you want a work group proposed PIM, I also know that in PC 51, it was the utilities propose a PIM and everyone else commenting on it. So, I mean, that could be another thing to do as well if you want to avoid the work group process, but we do have a collaborative approach within EmPOWER. So I don't know if we want to give that up, but just different ways to approach the problem.
Okay, thanks. And I want to ask a question about rate design, and I apologize to my fellow commissioners. I kind of saved up a lot of my questions for today and for staff. But for rate design, I was really excited to see that Smeco had offered a proposal that involved rate design. And this maybe Mr. Loper can opine on this. Are we missing right now opportunities to more broadly explore rate design as a way to achieve energy efficiency? Are things being done elsewhere? And I'm partly, I got this question just reading over an ACEEE report that talked about the use of rate design, such as time of use, inclined block time of use, and different things that we might offer customers to incentivize efficiency. Any thoughts there?
Okay, so I'll go first, and if Mr. Loper has anything he likes to add, generally when we look at time of use rates in other jurisdictions, it generally is favorable towards increasing the ability to increase some efficiency. It also generally moves load around from the high periods of demand to lower periods of demand, and I think that even works in so not every customer is going to be able to benefit, but it's not necessarily that it's not that all low-income customers won't benefit. I think the studies show that across the board, there are customers of any income range who do benefit from time of use rates and saving bills and being able to have that ability to move their usage around based on the rates. The studies are pretty strong that customers respond to the price signal. So I think I know we have the time of use rates in PC 44, both on the distribution side, and we're trying to do the kind of demand response program with the one competitive supplier. And, we've done studies in Maryland, not necessarily on time of use, but we've studied critical peak pricing. We've studied dynamic pricing. One of the reasons we have our dynamic pricing with the AMI enabled technologies that we ran pilots to see what the effect would be. So we settled on that $1.25 kWh on the if you reduced off your baseline during a called event. And that was the the names, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the program, right? Peak time rebate. And that's fully a carrot. The customer gets $1.25 for lowering their usage over their baseline usage. But if they don't respond at all, they just pay their same rate, and that's shown to be fairly successful in Maryland. So there are studies, and it's been done in Maryland and other states that do show that time-varying rates are effective. Customers saving money and moving usage off the peak periods.
Okay, should we do more? Should we direct to look more into that and to really encourage it to be part of our EmPOWER programs?
I think we have those pilots that are being tested now. So I don't know if we want to throw together another pilot for time of use necessarily within the EmPOWER without understanding how the pilots have affected in the PC44. And I guess it's another way to try to combine our policy goals together with the PC44 with EmPOWER Maryland.
And Commissioner Richard, I would also like I think at least the PHI companies brought this up, that they were going to look at what was happening in their time of use pilots and figure out if it made sense to bring it into EmPOWER. And so I think that would be a good way of doing it, especially if we give Smeco a time of use pilot via the PID. Then I think every one of our, except for Potomac Edison, I think everyone will have some form of a pilot time of use rate running at the time. So I think that would just, that's another thing to think about, which is I think we're in the middle of we're in the middle of the PC44 one right now as well.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Loper?
I apologize, Commissioner Richard. I was hitting the wrong mute button. I think Dan and Ben have covered it well. One of our challenges with the EmPOWER is that the demand response programs are sometimes considered outside of scope of EmPOWER, and so do not get looked at as closely as the energy efficiency programs. And so that would be one, I guess, some clear guidance on that the time of use programs are part of EmPOWER and that they should be included in the portfolio evaluation. And the evaluators in place are, perfectly prepared to evaluate those fully and up to industry standards.
Okay, so EM&V is supportive of the concept of using rate design and particularly time of use programs as a measure then. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, I'm not sure EMV is really taking a position on what programs should be in place or not, but we're prepared to evaluate those programs if that's the question.
Good. And last, are there anything in our rate design that might be disincentivizing? And I'm going to specifically call out the customer charge. With customer charges, it results in lower volumetric prices. And then there's also an element that of the bill that ratepayers don't have any control over. So given that so much so much of many of the programs are lighting and also behavioral, which seem to be very sensitive to customer response. Is there a concern with customer charges, and can you opine on where we are generally across the utilities? Are we about the right place? Would you make any recommendations about going lower, elimination, or are we fine just sort of a gradual, percentage increase every rate case?
So we have not evaluated if in EmPOWER, I'm not aware of at least an evaluation to know if the customer charges currently in place are a barrier to entry. Theoretically, a higher fixed charge would disincentivize would be a disincentive. Now it becomes a question of how much of a disincentive, and it depends on how much you're moving the needle on your customer charge. Because are we talking if it depends on the measures you're going after, but any increase in the customer charge is theoretically going to be a disincentive, but you have a bunch of other questions. I can let Joe maybe speak to this if he can, but how much is your customer actually taking their total? Do you have a customer just goes out and buys a light because they need a light? Or do you have a customer who's sitting down and saying, okay, I'm going to buy these lights because I've penciled out that this is what my costs are going to be, and if that charge moves, then this won't pan out for me. And so it becomes on how educated your customers are in that shopping process and what's driving that shopping. And so I think that's an important thing to also bear in mind is how many people are doing that. And I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I can just tell you that theoretically, you increase the customer charge. Theoretically, you are technically throwing a disincentive in there because it's a charge they can't avoid. But I would also point out that we also have the BSA, which is not near, which is also going to throw some money back at the customer, not to the same extent that it's going to shift costs to other customers, because they're theoretically, if they use an energy efficiency measure, they're now using less energy. But that's just something to, I guess, chew on, I would say.
And then on the volumetric, just in Mr. Loper's answer too, along with the customer charge being a fixed and something that the ratepayer can't control, it also lowers the volumetric, so that would almost be an incentive to use more electricity, which goes counter to energy efficiency. So, is that correct?
Yeah, Commissioner, this is, I'm afraid this is kind of outside of my scope for a while, and so I haven't looked at it in a long time. But we would have to go look at the elasticity of demand for electricity and try to anticipate how much a shift from a fixed to a volumetric charge would impact the quantity demanded. And but I can't say offhand how that would work. I think it would require further analysis. And again, you have all the people in place to do that type of analysis if you want. Obviously, there are costs, and it would involve budgets, evaluation budgets being moved around to the extent it was a major study. But there's the capability is there. I had not heard the question. I'm sorry, I'm just not prepared for it because I had not heard the question before.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker, Mr. Hurley. Anything on that?
On Joe's idea of a study?
Yeah. I mean, is it worthwhile, or do you think it's just negligible and we shouldn't worry about it? Customer charge impact on in our programs, that is.
I'm hesitant to say it's not worthwhile. I'm also, depending on where we're going with customer charges, I think it is a question of bang for buck. And if and I think also another key part to think about is the SOS rate structures as well, which is a large part of the customer's bill. And so, and I know some utilities, I think, still have declining block. I think some of our utilities might still have some energy rates that it's not inappropriate from a market standpoint, but they would have that would technically, as you use more energy, it would get a little cheaper. And so that's another thing in the SOS realm that we just need to be cognizant of. That's not saying that that's the inappropriate way to set a rate, but for energy. But yeah, I'm not sure how much the elasticity is. So that's why I'm a little sorry.
Commissioner,
okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner Richard, I would just say a holistic, and again, I'm kind of speaking out of turn here because my scope is evaluation, but a holistic look at the electric system and how you achieve your social objectives, whether that's carbon or demand, demand reductions, is I think ideal, and that would include everything from the kind of changes in rate structures that you're talking about to comparing EmPOWER to distributed energy resources and everything else that's available to achieve those objectives. And so, one of the challenges that I think a number of people have discussed or at least alluded to throughout the hearing has been that the EmPOWER program is kind of siloed, and rather than looking at it across the board. And that's a something that perhaps a working group or whatever could think about in terms of a future goal and how you integrate EmPOWER with other with those larger objectives.
Great, thank you. All right, well, I've taken enough of my an unfair share of my time here, so I will stop. I may want to ask one more question, but I'll let my colleagues proceed. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we are now over time, but we'll keep moving and then take a lunch recess. I'll open it up to other commissioners if they have questions. Commissioner Herman.
Mr. Baker, I asked you about the impact of denying lots of these PID programs, pilots, on the surcharge. What about, is there any impact on the potential impact on the savings that the companies are anticipating achieving, or are the savings from PIDs not?
I believe the savings from PIDs are not included in the goals, so they aren't projecting savings right now. But if they do get savings, they're Dan. I'm sorry, I haven't been part of prior groups. Do we typically allow them to count those?
We don't have projected savings from PIDs, but if the program is evaluated, we will count the PID savings towards the goal.
Okay, so if we were to say, if the commission were to accept your recommendation, it wouldn't necessarily have an impact on meeting goals, and we could take some time to develop parameters that, including sunset provisions and that sort of thing, and it wouldn't necessarily cause that kind of harm.
Correct.
My second question is just, I'm keeping a list of things that we were thinking about going back to the working group, and I wanted to see if I had it right. So I had the potentially sending back the impact of going to 250% of the poverty level. That was one I had. Expanding the small business beyond 60 kW demand. The fuel cells, the impact of the incidental, what that means and how we might accommodate fuel cells. And I wasn't sure whether I don't think we talked about the geothermal and the impact on budgets. I don't think we talked about that one. Do I have that right, Mr. Hurley?
That sounds correct to me.
I would say that the impact, the expanding small business, we hadn't recommended a work group, just more analysis provided. So if we could do a work group, but if we can avoid a work group and just look at data on that issue, I think that might be a little more preferable.
Right, and I think the utility said they could get us that data in relatively quick order, so we might have it in sufficient time to review it. All right, thank you. I just wanted to check my list. That's all.
Any additional questions of staff? Okay, well, thank you to Dan, Ben, and Mr. Loper for your presentations today. Before we recess for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. this afternoon, Mr. Shaw from Smeco would just like 1 minute to respond to a question from Commissioner O'Donnell a little earlier. Mr. Shaw, are you with us?
Hi, yes, Chairman. It'd actually be Jennifer Raley responding. Just responding to two things very quickly. Commissioner Richards' question around number of participants in the smart home pilot. We're looking at least 500 participants for that. And then the question Commissioner O'Donnell had to staff around Smeco's HVAC tune-up. For us, it is not a standalone program. It is part of our HEIP program in the 18 to 20 cycle, and we would like to continue it in the 21 through 23 cycle, and also HVAC tune-up in our small business program for the 21 through 23 cycle. So it is not a standalone program for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raley. At 2 p.m., we'll hear from Office of People's Counsel. We are now on recess and off the record. We will be back on the record in approximately 2 minutes. Good afternoon. We are, time out, Linda. We'll wait up. Can we unmute Linda? There we go. Hi, Linda.
I need a minute. My froze.
Okay. Just give me the signal when you're ready.
Okay.
While we're off the record, is OPC ready to proceed at 2 o'clock?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you. And is MEA ready to proceed approximately 3:15 this afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then typically we have staff present last to fulfill its statutory duty to complete the record. So we will provide commission staff with one final opportunity at the end to respond to any thoughts or comments they have in response to the state agency's presentations. Oh, sorry, Linda, thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down, okay. We'll sit. Do appreciate everybody bearing with us for the past 4 days in a virtual environment. I know that this is the second virtual EmPOWER hearing we've had, but overall, I think it's gone very, very well.
My computer. Sorry about this.
But yeah, you're restarting?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Very good. Okay.
Heart attack.
We're back on the record in case 9648, and we'll now have the Office of People's Counsel make their presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Anna Ryan for the Office of People's Counsel. And I'd like to start by thanking staff for being flexible and being willing to jump ahead of us in the order of today's proceedings. As staff was giving their presentation, I had my HVAC contractor here, and he was here to take some final measurements so we can move forward with my home performance with Energy Star project. And it's been good to hear about, during these proceedings, hear about some of the things that I'm planning on doing, such as he's going to be removing my gas furnace, moving to an heat pump, heating and cooling all electric, and installing a heat pump water heater as well. And those are topics that have been coming up, and it's good to have that discussion and conversation going. So thank you to staff for letting me focus on that for a little bit while he was here. OPC's presentation today is going to be given by Dylan Voorhees and Emily Levin from the Vermont Energy Investment Corporation. And then Nikki Kuhn, also of VEIC, and I will be available for questioning as needed. So with that, I will hand it over to Dylan.
Okay, while I am putting up my slides, I will commend Ms. Ryan for putting her money where her mouth is. Okay. Am I all set with audio and visual here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Again, my name is Dylan Voorhees with VEIC, and I'm very pleased to be joining a team. I will remind those listening who don't know that VEIC has been working with OPC on EmPOWER for quite a while, around a decade, and that our work focuses on the residential sector. And first want to say that EmPOWER continues to be a tremendous success overall, achieving savings goals, providing cost-effective savings, and demonstrating leadership in particular areas. There are many, including smart thermostats and AMI investments. ACEEE, the national organization that every year ranks and rates the states on their energy efficiency performance, has recognized these efforts. Last year moved Maryland from 10th place, a commendable place to be, to number 7, earning a most improved recognition. So the efforts have not gone without notice. This is not an invitation to coast. Indeed, as EmPOWER matures, as energy systems and technologies evolve around us, it will take new efforts and new strategies to continue its success. By all indications, there are significant energy efficiency savings yet to be achieved, and new market transformation approaches such as midstreaming and code adoption could untap large cost-effective savings. There are also significant emerging opportunities for greater alignment, as we've discussed throughout the week, between EmPOWER and grid modernization efforts, such as in PC 44. This briefly is some of what we're going to go through in the presentation, but I won't spend a long time on that, and I will pass the baton to Ms. Levin halfway through. But there are 5 or 6 broad themes that we dealt with in our written comments, and we're going to use those to guide some high-level observations and comments before you today. So first, looking at portfolio as a whole, this chart indicates annualized savings by utility. It shows in the darker bars reported savings, and in the lighter bars forecasted savings. And you can perhaps make out that 2020 is in between, indicating some projected savings through the year. In general, you can observe that proposed savings are leveling off overall. In some cases, so for BG&E, we see somewhat lower savings than were achieved in very strong years, such as 2019. Somewhat lower for Delmarva and Smeco, a slight increase in across the cycle for Potomac Edison as they ramp up their goals. But we can see, as I said, savings leveling somewhat after growing. If we look at spending, we see that spending is similar to the previous cycle, particularly for BG&E and Delmarva, and has increases for the utilities, other utilities, Pepco, Potomac Edison, and Smeco. And that has been noted by the chairman and others. The cost of savings has gone up and may go up in the future, in particular as utilities exit lighting markets that have been transformed, which is appropriate. Those lighting savings are extremely cost effective. This is the proverbial low-hanging fruit. And so it is true that we may need to reach higher on the tree, but we also may need to look around the back of the tree and identify, new strategies that may yet be very cost effective. Looking at the gas side, these charts show both the savings on the left and the spending on the right for the 2 gas utilities. And as you can see, very steady state efforts generally for BG&E, and a significant ramp up, as you heard earlier in the week, for Washington Gas, both on the savings and the spending side. So this colorful chart is a little bit unique for us in that it includes savings from non-residential program areas as well. The commercial savings are in orange, CVR in yellow. The dark blue at the bottom is residential energy efficiency, and it's topped by residential behavioral savings. And again, this includes information that's reported for the last several years, and then the forecast for the upcoming cycle. In this chart, we want to observe that, as has been noted before, that BGE in particular is highly reliant on CVR to meet its savings goals. Pepco only to a small degree. In contrast, Potomac Edison and Smeco not using CVR in the next cycle, and Delmarva also not relying on it to meet the 2% goals. And so there was some questioning earlier in the week about why utilities were proposing to achieve savings significantly in excess of the goal. And I think this chart helps put in perspective that the behind the meter savings achieved by the energy efficiency programs are in fact much closer to goal, even below goal in the case of BG&E. And we recognize that.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Absolutely.
In 2020 in BG&E, it shows a very uncharacteristically large commercial EE, but that's pandemic. So is it because they were shut down, or industry was shut down? Why is that big increase? And it happens, well, I don't see it. It does happen somewhat in Delmarva in 2020.
The Commissioner, thank you for that question. Because we don't spend time reviewing the commercial industrial programs really in detail, I can't really give you a very good answer to that question.
No problem. Sorry,
okay.
sorry for.
No, that's fine, and I hope you won't hesitate to ask questions about the slides as I go through. You'll also notice, for example, since you asked that question, that Smeco is proposing a very large increase in C&I savings in the third year of the plan. Again, that's not something we focused on, but they would need to achieve that in order to hit those goals. So there's been a bunch
of jump in for just a moment, just as just some general additional background. Obviously, we would want to ask BGE about more specifics about the reason for that jump. But often commercial and industrial projects are very large projects that aren't completed until at least a year or so after they were begun. And one or two large projects that were begun in earlier years and then took effect, were fully implemented in 2020 could show a huge, change in that specific year's efficiencies. So that's one possibility, just in terms of the ebb and flow.
I appreciate that, and I apologize for knocking you off kilter. Please proceed.
No, that's not necessary. There have been some ongoing conversations about measurement and evaluation questions around CVR, and OPC doesn't have recommendations on those specific issues, but believes, of course, that they're important to address in order to get the right evaluation framework in place. Regardless of how those savings are measured exactly, the overall point is that EmPOWER, the focus of EmPOWER should be on programs that provide direct consumer benefits. This chart also
Can I just ask a question real quickly about CPR? This is Mike Richard. Am I interpreting this correctly? If we were to adopt MIA's recommendation and just limit utilities to 10% of savings from CVR, that would have no impact on I guess the ability of utilities to meet their goals?
Commissioner, I think the difference, that would obviously be very different for different utilities, and it is in particular BG&E that is sensitive to any resolution of those savings for CVR. So if you look at this chart, you could see no matter what you did to the size of the yellow bars for PEPCO Delmarva, they would still be able to at least come very close in the case of PEPCO. And I think given the historic overperformance, I think those utilities would be able to achieve those goals. I think the consequence for BG would be much more significant. And again, we're not making a recommendation about how you deal with those M&V questions. But we do want to make sure that this is something that we wanted to look at in order to review the extent to which the core direct consumer programs are part of those accomplishment of savings.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. The other thing that this chart shows are some declining savings of non-behavioral savings from the residential sector. And so those blue bars, with probably an exception of PEPCO, are going down in some cases rather significantly. And that's something that we wanted to look at a little bit more as well. This chart compares those savings from residential to the share of electricity load that is made up by residential customers. So in that first column, that's the residential proportion of electric load in the different utilities. The statewide average is 45, but you can see that it varies considerably across utility territory. On the right are the annual and life cycle savings for the upcoming cycle. that would come from the residential sector. And for this analysis, we excluded the CVR savings, not as a judgment about how that should be resolved, but because CVR savings are not really attributable to the residential sector or the C&I sector necessarily in the same way. And so you can see that in some cases there's some rough alignment between the share of residential load and the share of savings. But in other cases, in particular with DPL and Smeco, the savings from the residential sector are significantly lower than the share of electricity load. And this is something we wanted to draw attention to, and in order to think about the broad portfolio balances in EmPOWER. And so this is wanted to conclude with some of the recommendations looking at this portfolio level. And so the first is to consider requiring electric utilities, particularly those two utilities that are out of alignment, to achieve residential savings, at least in proportion to the residential share of electricity load, or perhaps closer. Second, to consider whether it's appropriate for utilities, particularly PEPCO, BG&E, I would say this applies less to PEPCO, to rely so heavily on CVR savings. And didn't focus on this today, but there are more in our written comments. We do think it's important to accelerate strategies to ramp up savings, particularly non-behavioral residential savings that go beyond lighting, such as HVAC and home retrofit savings. In this presentation, and we tried to do this in our written report as well, the recommendations that are in bold are really particularly aimed at the commission and decisions or actions that we think should be considered by the commission as opposed to at the utilities or the working group level. I'm going to move on now to another the theme that was raised in our written comments about equity, and there's been some really—
Let me ask you a question before you—
Absolutely. Yes.
On your prior slide, you
Commissioner, I can't hear you.
There we go. Okay. On the slide, you were talking about encouraging the next one, the HVAC midstream.
Yes.
And I think perhaps I recall that when the utilities in the last cycle tried to move towards midstream, OPC had some concerns with customers not directly getting the incentives. Have you changed your position and find that these programs are in fact effective?
Thank you, Commissioner. And we definitely will come back to midstreaming because it is important. But I will just answer briefly right now that we believe midstreaming is can be a very successful strategy. We've seen that in several states, particularly for technologies like HVAC. The pass-through of incentives to end-use customers is an important feature, and we do actually recommend, there's more details in our written comments, that the utilities consider using that strategy to increase uptake of measures. So we don't have any reservation about midstream as a strategy, but we do think that it is worth considering having utilities design programs where some of the incentive, the minimum amount of that incentive goes to the end user. So we still do think that is a worthwhile strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Really, some really good conversations about equity all week. As you know, a cost effectiveness test in general measures whether or not or to what extent savings exceed costs, whereas an equity perspective focuses on the distribution of those benefits and whether it's fair, and in particular whether those benefits are shared among disadvantaged or vulnerable populations. Previously, OPC and VEIC have recommended, as you know, a 1% savings goal for low income. And that's been a long conversation that my colleagues and many of you have participated in. At this time, we think we recommend that the EmPOWER look beyond that one metric to a more comprehensive approach to equity. There was a question from one of the commissioners earlier this week of Potomac Edison about what they're doing to increase access to and participation of low-income households. It was a great question, and the answer was a long list of activities that the utility is proposing. Not really judging whether some of those are great answers, maybe some of them are more marginal. But as a regulator, I think the question is, how can you more objectively assess performance in that area? You need data, you need definitions, and metrics. We were really pleased with the comments also earlier in the week. Mr. Ellis from PHI said that equity was the #1 goal for them for the forthcoming cycle. That's very commendable. And if that's the case, then investing in a clear framework to achieve that is important. They mentioned an internal audit or review of LMI efforts and populations, and that could be a really good start. We think there's an opportunity to build on that by a collaboration around those metrics, some consistency in how they're applied across utilities and over years, and some more transparent reporting. So VEIC and others have actually taken a look at what is involved in a more systematic approach to equity and energy efficiency and have identified 3 dimensions to that: defining target populations, determining disparate impacts of programs, and 2 examples of those are measuring the share of program impacts for the target population versus the total population, and in a moment I'll give an example of that. Or another approach is comparing the outcomes for the target population versus other groups. And finally, something that is should not be an afterthought is including representative voices in program design and delivery. And that's increasingly understood as an important part of achieving equitable outcomes. Energy burden is something that OPC and others have invested in understanding in the past. Energy burden is the percentage of household income spent on energy bills. The national median energy burden, according to ACEEE, is 3%. Energy burden of 6% has long been considered high, and 10% or more a severe energy burden. And drawing from some quite recent analysis by ACEEE, we find, unfortunately, many Maryland households have some of the highest energy burdens in the country. Looking at the Baltimore metropolitan area specifically, half of low-income households have a severe energy burden, and a quarter of low-income households spend more than 20% of their income on energy. Those are some of the highest percentages of any large metro area in the United States. Looking at the total population in the Baltimore area as a whole, over 23% of households experience high energy burden. So energy burden may be a way to help define target populations. It's not absolutely the only one. And it also can be a lens through which to evaluate outcomes. Reducing energy burdens would be a very broad societal goal, but EmPOWER can play a role in improving energy burdens and evaluating how programs are affecting that. So an example of looking at equity is to look at spending. And so this table, which is detailed more in our written comments, looked at the percentage of spending on limited income. Now this excludes C&I spending. So it's just the DHCD spending in proportion to total residential spending, including that limited income spending. And that's on the left column. And on the right are an estimate of the percentage of households in each service territory that are low income. And there's been a lot of conversation about definitions of low income. This uses federal census data, and we can certainly come back to that in some questions. But it was an important illustration of some deficits, and you can see a statewide number at the bottom: 17.5% of spending on limited income, compared to approximately 20% of households that are limited income. And in no service territory is there overspending by this metric. So this is not an issue that can be addressed by reallocation. In fact, DHCD has proposed allocating costs among utilities that is based on that census data to be more in alignment with the estimated percentage of low-income households in those service territories. So this analysis is just one example. Certainly, it indicates that the level of investment itself is an equity challenge, and an increase could be justified. So just to quickly summarize our recommendations here, we think that we encourage the Commission to direct a limited income work group to develop a comprehensive approach to equity that defines target populations, and then directing the utilities to really come up with the data to evaluate disparate program impacts. And then, of course, the last step is to design strategies that are aimed at reducing those inequities. And many of the utilities have made strong proposals that have equity benefits, but we're lacking that framework for evaluating really what we're going after and being able to measure those impacts.
Ms. Voorhees?
Yes.
Going back to your one more slide back.
Yes.
There we go. So it looks like at least 3 out of the 5 utilities are within a 2% margin. I'm talking about BGE, Pepco, and Delmarva Power. Isn't that pretty good?
That's a good question, Mr. Chairman. I think it speaks to the need to assess additional metrics. I think, in fact, it's likely that a really full equitable outcome is probably going to require more spending on these vulnerable populations than just their percentage of their population. So I think it's clearly true that those 3 utilities you mentioned are in closer alignment, but I think it and those other 2 utilities are, very out of alignment, and I think those are red flags. But I think the real answer is that we shouldn't stop with a metric like this. This is the beginning of an assessment of what is a fair outcome. And it may be that in those service territories, we are achieving equitable outcomes. However, when you go back 2 more slides and you see the level of energy burden that households in the Baltimore metro area are facing, I think you would have to conclude that we're not achieving our equity outcomes. And what we need to do about that is a much more complicated question.
Well, and if I could add something to that, I would simply draw some attention back to Mr. Ellis's words the other day, that there is a difference between equality and equity. And we will look at these numbers on this chart. So what we see is we might be coming close in terms of equality of opportunity to participate, but that isn't necessarily the same things in equity in terms of how the programs are affecting different populations. And I think as we move forward, we want to be able to look more towards that equity type of issues, and how can we make sure the people who need to benefit the most are those who do benefit the most?
Thank you.
So I mean, I think I put another way in terms of my comments. Having limited income households receive a spending benefit that is equal to their share of the population would be a minimum expectation on the way toward an equity outcome. I want to talk about something else that's also been discussed at some length throughout the week, and that's
Mr. Voorhees, excuse me.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry. I had a question about your recommendation slide. It's the one prior to this one. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the first one, you said earlier that the bolded language in your slide deck here is directed at the commission.
Yes.
So here you've suggested that the commission direct the limited income working group to develop this comprehensive approach that you've been describing several other slides. So I'm trying to understand how that fits within the context of where the commission is right now. The next Empower Maryland cycle starts in, I guess, about 2 months or so. We have all the proposals in front of us, and I suspect that having sat on a work group or two along the way, a discussion like this probably won't be finished in a couple of weeks. So what type of result or answer should you expect as a result of this? What should the commission do with this recommendation?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. That's an excellent question, and we absolutely agree. This is a process that would take some time. I think it is absolutely worth getting started, and even if these measures were developed partway through the cycle, I think they're going to help immediately with the ongoing adjustments of strategies that utilities do, and the reason why they have some flexibility during the cycle is to continue to adapt to what's happening and in terms of what's working and what's not. I also think that if there were a set of metrics that were being developed, that the utilities could begin gathering some of that data, and they might inform goal setting in the future. So not necessarily ready to adopt formal equity goals at this time. I think more work would need to be done before that could happen. But it makes sense to start working on it now and to develop some metrics that utilities and others could start collecting data on. And those could inform programs mid-cycle. They could inform pilots. And they could also inform a goal-setting conversation for the future. It's here, excuse me, it's here as a commission recommendation, even though a lot of the work would need to be done by a work group and by utilities. This is an important one that I think the commission would really need to chart out what your expectations were and the different components of that in order to have a productive work group conversation.
Okay, so then the idea then isn't to have the utility companies redesign the current proposals in front of us prior to the next session, or excuse me, next Empower Maryland program year, but program cycle, but to instead look at this for, I guess, to the extent, I don't know what form Empower will take in the future, but whatever that form is, to have it influence that period of time.
That's right, Commissioner. Thank you for helping me clarify that. And I also, I think it would be informative, and these are very tricky issues to deal with, and they're going to evolve over time, and we think the time is ripe to get started.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And this is a good segue to talking about goals. So we know goals matter. The savings goals in Maryland have helped drive the performance to date, have helped put Maryland at number 7 on the ACEEE rankings. And as we enter that last cycle with that 2% goal in effect, it's time to look ahead. And so glad to see that recommendation coming from BG&E. I strongly agree with that. Glad to hear the staff thinking about this absolutely as well. The alignment that needs to happen includes alignment between public policy and our goals. And it also needs to recognize that energy systems themselves are evolving in response to policy and in response to technology. So the greater use, the more desirable use, the desire to use lower emission resources is coming from policymakers. It's also coming from technology. The fact that peak demand is increasingly a cost driver and that flexible grid connected technologies are more abundant. All of those are changes that need to be grappled with as new goals are established for the future. There's also been some conversation about performance incentive mechanisms, and we participated in the cost recovery work group. As I commented on earlier, there was not a lot of time to think about PIMs, and I think more conversation could be warranted. We would strongly urge the Commission to have a goal-setting conversation precede a conversation about performance incentives, because performance, you want to incent performance around your goals. So that's a little bit of an order of operation. I would want to make it clear that taking action on changing cost recovery to reduce the burdens of the unamortized balance, that's not something that needs to wait. And Commissioner Richard, I think, asked about this earlier. We think absolutely would agree that waiting 3 years is not necessary, but addressing cost recovery and putting in place performance incentives do not need to be the same thing. These are some examples on the top of this slide of different goals that are used in different states around the country, have been discussed here. In some states, and we believe there's really need for multiple metrics, a multi-factor approach that is helpful for balancing different priorities. Peak demand reduction and grid flexibility is an example, and states like Massachusetts are integrating active demand response into their energy efficiency programs. Many states are also including greenhouse gas emission reductions. States like Massachusetts, New York, and Vermont, these are states that have broadly similar greenhouse gas emission goals and policy frameworks to Maryland. And we note that the Maryland Climate Change Commission is very actively thinking about buildings. You received some written comments that give details about their recommendations for EmPOWER and then aligning EmPOWER with emission policies in the state. Annual life cycle energy savings for electric, gas, these are bread and butter, and then potentially equity metrics. And then finally, a goal setting process can also consider how EmPOWER can coordinate with PC44 and advanced grid modernization. And there's been some conversation this week about pre-wiring for homes, new homes for EV charging. And this is a great example of the need to think about what our goals are and have an integrative approach to get alignment. We're happy to follow up a little bit more with some information that may be helpful for the Commission, where we've actually, there are studies showing energy savings from some electric vehicle charging and demand response benefits. There were some questions on that. We think that Level 2 charging at home is very important for demand management. But the broader point here is that we need to know where we want to be and where we're going in order to make prudent decisions now for what are long-term investments.
Just a question on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, on that point, you've heard staff, they have expressed concerns about straying outside of energy efficiency. Looking at your point, do you think that that is an issue, or do you think are we an over-reliance on the total resource cost tests and ignoring the societal cost tests? What does OPC have a view on that? I mean, that point.
So I think we need to advance our views of what might have been some narrow lanes that folks were trying to stay in the past. Whether we like it or not, those lanes and those lines are blurring, and so it's important to understand that as we set goals. It's also important to think ahead, and that is complex. And predicting the future is a complex endeavor. But it's clear that we know certain things about the direction. And Mr. Gravatt, I think, was speaking to this a little bit. We know that there's certain directions we're heading in, and certain directions we're not really going to be heading in. And so we want to make sure that we're not making the road ahead of us harder. And I would clearly agree with the utilities that waiting to retrofit a home to install a level 2 charger later on adds substantial costs. And if we think that that's going to be a substantial cost in the future, it really is a matter of prudency to seize very low cost opportunities to avoid that cost in the future. I think specifically with regard to EV charging at home, there may be energy efficiency savings. And this is a new area of research, and I think that's something that staff may be interested in reviewing. And I also think that there are demand response opportunities and benefits from home EV charging that are difficult to tap into if homeowners don't have level 2 charging in their home. And I don't know if Ms. Ryan wants to add anything further to that.
Just very quickly, with respect to the specific benefit cost analysis, this is something that the BPA brought up as well, that things are changing. There is no longer a strict energy efficiency lane and a strict demand response and distributed resources lane. And, we need to start looking at how all of those factors, work together. And, reliance on the National Standards and Practice Manual is good, and moving forward to see how do we adapt that, and perhaps looking at specifically in Maryland, what adaptations do we need to make to develop the most effective, BCA for us to use here. I just wanted to follow up with that as in addition to what Mr. Voorhees has said.
Yeah, thank you. Let me be more specific. It's just we're supposed to, by the public utility article, evaluate on the total resource cost, but it also says we should be looking at the societal cost test as well. If we were to do that, put more weight on societal cost tests, and I don't want to read the whole thing, but do you think we already have the authority and even the charge to consider these, as you call them, blurry areas, these areas that are evolving?
I will be honest, Commissioner, I would have to go back and look a little more closely at the law. I do believe there is some leeway for the commission to use, look at the tests in combination. because each different test, as you know, each test does, represent a different perspective on the value of different programs. That would be something that, as I said, I would need to look a little more specifically. I would be happy to provide some follow-up perspective on that if the commission would like that after this proceeding.
I would find that useful. Again, trying to balance the staff concern of us, being, faithful to the charge of EmPOWER, and that is energy efficiency. But, does the statute actually anticipate and that we and allow us to look more broadly?
Certainly.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
Provide that following the hearing. Thank you.
The other thing I would add, Commissioner, is that that the TRC is an important lens, and in places like Massachusetts that I mentioned, this is not on EVs, but on batteries, they found that that passed the TRC. There is a important policy decision about whether or not EmPOWER is only going to seek traditional energy efficiency and conservation measures. And that's an important policy decision. And it's a little bit distinct from whether or not something would pass a total resource cost test. And you may find that there are measures that would pass a TRC, let alone a societal test, but are still outside of the purview of EmPOWER. And I obviously won't speak for the staff, but I think that that's a concern. And that requires a deeper thinking about EmPOWER in relation to those other initiatives. And in fact, that is what we are recommending, which is a goal setting work group or proceeding. Somebody this week used the term task force. That's a very attractive idea. This is a really important project. We would, in fact, encourage you to consider some third-party expertise or facilitation with a formal timetable to do that. And then with regard to cost effectiveness, in particular, the National Standards Practice Manual is something that we would strongly encourage Maryland to look at. It could be useful in development of a Maryland-specific test using some best practices. At this point, I want to turn the baton over to my colleague, Ms. Levin, who will talk about several areas of market transformation.
Thank you, Dylan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Put myself on mute.
Wonderful. And thanks for having us, commissioners. Happy to be here once again. Emily Levin with VEIC. I think I've met many of you before. I was just going to add on the goal setting conversation that several states that are expanding the purview of energy efficiency programs have done so through legislation. So there could be a synergy between a work group that would involve EmPOWER stakeholders examining the opportunities that are well aligned with EmPOWER and that leverage the capabilities with customers, contractors, supply chains, markets that are already in place through EmPOWER, and examine how those could be harnessed to address other important state goals. But there has been legislative action in states like New York and Massachusetts that has broadened the purview of the efficiency program. So this hasn't been done entirely in the absence of those types of legislative changes. So those kinds of efforts could be done in a complementary fashion. But as Ms. Ryan said, we can follow up on what's specifically allowable. Moving on to a couple of other themes that we identified in our review of the EmPOWER Utilities 3-year plans, we wanted to highlight a few other areas where we see opportunities over the next 3-year period. One of those major areas is around market transformation and really taking a broad and deep view to how markets evolve and change. And we think it's an important time to really look at that with respect to lighting. As we reviewed the utility plans, we found a variety of approaches were present with different utilities proposing different approaches to, in some cases, exiting aspects of the lighting market, parts of the lighting market. For example, ending incentives for certain types of bulbs like standard and reflector bulbs, and or certain kinds of channels like mass market retailers. But those plans were somewhat inconsistent, and we didn't find that the utilities had identified specific market studies that were looking at the pace of market change. There have been a number of studies of lighting market change in other states and regions that that could be used to inform the approach in Maryland. And the risk here would be that these are easy savings for the utilities, easy and cheap savings, and particularly because Maryland relies on gross savings rather than net savings. The utilities could sort of overly rely on lighting longer than it might really make sense, and longer than the utility incentive might really be making a difference in influencing consumer buying patterns. If people would have bought the LED bulb anyway, then it probably isn't a prudent investment of ratepayer funds to continue investing in that market. So we do support continuing lighting as part of the residential portfolio, but we think it has to become more nuanced over the next 3-year period with greater focus on hard to reach channels like convenience stores, dollar stores. There are disparities in access to efficient lighting in different communities, and that could be looked at through an equity lens. But in general, we want this to be sort of a data-driven approach, and hopefully a more consistent approach across utilities so that the utilities are not overly reliant on lighting for longer than they really should be. Next slide, please. We also identified midstream strategies as an important aspect of the 3-year plans. And this is something VEIC and OPC have supported for a while. And I know there's been, we've had some questions. Commissioner Herman asked about this. Just to clarify our position, we have long supported midstream approaches. And in fact, we see this as a key strategy to support portfolio diversification beyond lighting by accelerating savings from appliances, hot water, and HVAC measures. So really garnering savings from measures other than lighting. But we also believe that it needs to be done effectively, and there are more and less effective ways of designing midstream programs. And as we review the Maryland programs and what they're achieving through midstream approaches, both through the Energy Star retail products platform for appliances and consumer electronics, and for the midstream HVAC programs, we see those programs not necessarily achieving the level of savings and market potential that we're seeing in some other leading states. So we think there is room to grow the impact of these strategies in Maryland by incorporating more effective approaches to engaging distributors, retailers, contractors. It's not that midstream doesn't work, it's that there are opportunities to do it better. And particularly with measures like heat pump water heaters and air source heat pumps, those are measures that have been done very successfully through midstream programs in other states, and there's a good deal of opportunity there. Next slide. Another aspect of market transformation that we wanted to emphasize was around codes and standards, and in particular, the opportunity for utilities to participate and influence the process of adopting more advanced energy codes and appliance standards, and or supporting compliance with those building codes, energy codes for buildings. And this is an area that more and more utilities and states are pursuing as a component of their energy efficiency portfolios. We're seeing states, not only California, which has long been a leader in this, but Northeast states with National Grid and Eversource in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New Hampshire. These states are all either doing this currently or in the process of looking at this seriously for their next 3-year plan. And the opportunity here would be to kind of take a different approach to how you would count savings, that instead of applying an incentive, the utilities support for example, increasing code compliance through trainings, through engaging contractors, through working with builders, that you could measure what the situation was in Maryland before that happened. You could look at what the utilities did to improve that, and then you could look at what the savings were after that happened, and you could actually attribute some or a portion of those savings to the utilities. And this actually turns out to be both a potentially large source of savings and a pretty inexpensive source of savings. It can be highly cost effective. So this is something that OPC and VEIC had flagged throughout the program planning process. We, with staff, hosted a stakeholder workshop in June, sharing some best practices and strategies from other states, but we didn't really see a lot of discussion of this in the utility plans, except that there was a mention in PEPCO's plans that it was exploring participating in codes and standards review procedures. So again, we just wanted to flag that this could be an important opportunity to continue to drive the market forward and garner savings in Maryland. It's a big opportunity that other states are actively moving towards. It's not one that could likely be captured really quickly. It would take some time to kind of establish a benchmark or a baseline. So it would be another, this is becoming a theme for our recommendations, but groundwork could be laid over the next 3 years so that Maryland would have a baseline to be able to do this type of effort in the future through doing, for example, a baseline evaluation and working with the evaluators and kind of doing that groundwork that would enable this in the future. Next slide. Another aspect of market transformation is financing, and we see this as key to market transformation because financing can unlock private sector funds, and if done successfully, has the potential to reduce reliance on public sector funding and potentially increase the pace of market transformation and adoption of energy efficiency measures. So, we heard a number of discussions and comments earlier in the week in the financing work group portion of the hearing around how important is financing? Is it really needed? What would it contribute? And I wanted to highlight that there actually is data on this. One good source of data is the Department of Energy's experience with the ERA-funded Better Buildings Neighborhood Program, through which they invested more than $100 million to support home energy efficiency upgrades in the 2010 to 2013 period. And they actually kind of collected data and evaluated what worked and what didn't work from all these different dozens and dozens of different funded initiatives, giving us an actual kind of sample to look at. And they found that the programs that successfully incorporated financing, as opposed to those that didn't include financing, were able to garner higher average project costs, more comprehensive upgrades, higher savings per home, and they enabled investment by a wider range of income levels. So they were expanding access to home energy upgrades to people who might not have otherwise been able to participate. So financing, we think the data is clear that financing can make a very big difference and can be a key contributor. And the fact that EmPOWER Maryland kind of doesn't have a financing option incorporated into the residential program in our work nationally is very unusual. I think I said this on Monday, but it's a kind of a glaring hole that most leading energy efficiency programs do have, either a suite of financing options or at least one financing option that is sort of easy and readily incorporated into the program design. Next slide. Since many of the commissioners actually have VEIC has been at this for longer than some of you. I think we also wanted to share that some of our impatience with this process stems from the fact that we've actually been talking about this through 2011, back to 2011. So the EmPOWER order in 2011 established a work group tasked with looking at financing. There was an effort in 2012. There was a work group report filed in 2013. The commission didn't accept the work group recommendation, sent it back. There was additional work done. Then in 2015, this issue was assigned to a public utility law judge, and hearings were held through that channel. And the public utility law judge concluded that financing could be important and that some conditions for effective financing would include a reliable source of funding, reasonable cost to borrowers, that it's actually publicized and marketed to customers, and a central clearinghouse of available financing options. So that was a recommendation dating back to 2015. And the commission has declined to issue orders in response to finance work group reports in 2013, 2015, and now 2019. So this has been a long discussion where we continue to kind of talk about it and talk about it and talk about it, but really nothing is implemented. So I just wanted to share some of that history, that at this point, I think VEIC and OPC feel that we've kind of studied and work grouped this issue to death, and it's time to actually take some kind of action. There's very clear evidence from other states that financing works when done well, and there are important opportunities to incorporate it into EmPOWER. And unlike some of our other recommendations, this is something we think should be done for this, the 2021 through 23 period, not sort of let's set up a process and then maybe we can do something for 2024, but let's actually make some progress soon.
And Ms. Levin, how would you respond to the fact that we have the Be Smart program for financing residential, some residential upgrades? We have the Montgomery County Green Bank, and you likely heard the discussion of the proposal from MCEC. Are those other programs, I recognize they're smaller, are they not sufficient in your opinion?
Yeah, Dylan, could you go to the next slide? I would answer that in two ways. As we think about financing, we think about the opportunities kind of falling into two buckets. One is expanding access to financing, so making financing available to people who might not otherwise qualify through existing, private sector loan options. The other one is just better integrating existing financing options into program marketing and delivery through more active partnership and promotion by the utilities. That's the piece that we feel is lacking. We're more familiar with Be Smart than with the Green Bank options, but it seems to us that I think the utilities have said they've told contractors about these options, but a best practice would be to really integrate them into program delivery, like give the contractors tools and resources to know exactly how to pre-qualify customers and to do instant approvals and to kind of connect the dots with the process for both the contractors and the customers, so they actually know how to sell the financing and they can talk to customers about their monthly cash flow, and they know exactly how to use that, and it's promoted, like these financing options are listed on the utility websites and there are direct links. And it seems to me that those pieces are a lot of what's lacking, that there are some options that are out there, but you really have to dig, and the utilities are not promoting those existing options as actively as they could.
What is your response to the MCEC proposal? Because we are putting a lot on the HVAC salesmen to come into your home, try to sell you a product, give you financing options. I don't want to discuss my finances necessarily with the air conditioning sales guy. And there's only so much that the utility could do in that regard in terms of promotion. So what is OPC's position generally regarding the MCEC proposal to spend, I think it was about $1.5 million to create this this reserve pool?
Yeah, I think we generally viewed it as a constructive proposal. We had some specific questions about some of the details. We noted that the financing terms weren't necessarily much better than Be Smart. So the MCEC proposal could be helpful in the sense that it represents an active approach that perhaps would be more actively promoted and administered by a third party, which we think could make sense, that's actually motivated to sell it and to get it out there. That's all very good. Although they would still, I think, rely on utility integration to actually get leads and referrals into their program to a large extent. It doesn't necessarily address the other piece, which is expanding access. So in addition to the MCEC proposal, we would encourage the Commission to consider piloting other strategies like on-bill tariff, financing that OPC has mentioned repeatedly, or loan loss reserves that are really designed to expand access. So the MCEC proposal, I think, in short, is a constructive proposal that we generally support, although we would reserve the right, I think, to quibble with certain details along the way, but probably not the be-all and end-all. And in general, it's a good time, I think, to say that we do generally support the idea of using PID funds to employ a financing pilot. It would seem that there's some room in there to really address financing through that approach.
Emily, do you mind if I just add quickly two thoughts? First of all, Mr. Chairman, I think we want to look at results. And as I think you heard earlier, the results for the Be Smart referrals from the EmPOWER program were not impressive. I think Ms. Ryan accounted for far too high a percentage of the loans that were completed. So single digits is not something that we've seen. Much smaller markets. And as Emily said, in a lot of places, utilities and efficiency programs are achieving results with programs. So I think it is something that we should be focused on in terms of results. The second comment is, I think there's a larger marketplace that can be grown, and we're talking here about market transformation. There are other companies and financing organizations that are out there that are told the finance work group they would like to be more present in Maryland. Organizations like SEALD, which is offering sort of a performance-based financing, NEEF. So there are parties, financing parties, who what they mostly want is more integration with utilities for their programs so that customers know about them. And if you believe, as I do, that there's benefits for customers by a more diverse marketplace of financing options, and that's a healthy thing that consumers benefit from, then I think this low-cost strategy of directing utilities to be more integrative is going to be beneficial for a broader marketplace of financing solutions that customers know about and can choose between.
You all.
All right, moving to the next slide, we're going to turn towards some more program-related recommendations, starting with smart homes. So we have long recognized this as an area of leadership for the EmPOWER utilities. We frequently actually cite utilities like PHI and BGE as leaders in AMI and smart thermostats, demand response, data-driven behavioral strategies. So that leadership is continuing into the next 3-year period, which is wonderful to see. We specifically support expansion of bring your own device, BYOD efforts. We do see an opportunity to kind of better coordinate and be a bit more strategic with that approach, perhaps by engaging a new connected device work group and having the utilities work together to create a smart home roadmap that really lays out how they're going to kind of fit these pieces together, because there are at this point a lot of sort of different components. We've got the AMI data, the demand response programs, the behavioral programs, the My Energy Target, the smart thermostat programs, which are appearing in multiple different program channels, which I'll discuss in a moment. And it's feeling a little bit disconnected, and we're not confident that utilities are learning from one another as effectively as they could be. We think it probably warrants a more strategic effort to really think about how those programs should be structured and what the best practices are in the future. Next slide. This might seem a little prosaic. It's maybe not as exciting as some of the areas we've been commenting on, but we did want to have a few remarks around program consistency and coordination, because we are seeing potentially some rollbacks in this area in the 2021 through 23 plan that do concern us. We have, and I just wanted to note that we think program consistency is particularly important for core programs. We do support experimentation through pilot and PID efforts. We don't think all of that needs to be consistent, and we are open to flexibility and experimentation. But for the core programs, there is real value to having consistent statewide approaches. It makes it easier for customers and contractors. It would also imply that utilities are kind of learning from best practices. So it's a little bit disconcerting when utilities come forth with very different approaches. So there were just quite a few areas where the utility plans were quite inconsistent. The lighting and appliance measure lists were not consistent across the utilities. The proposed restructuring of home retrofit programs and subprograms is pretty inconsistent. So There's, QHEC, home performance, HVAC, smart thermostats, including optimization, as well as efficiency kits and school programs to varying degrees. Some combination of those programs is bundled under a home retrofit category. Some utilities bundled all of those. Others, I think BG&E as an example, disaggregated all of those, which makes it kind of no longer an apples to apples comparison as we look at the effectiveness of those programs. So that was kind of noticeable. Smart thermostats as well were kind of appearing in different utilities in different parts of the portfolio. So we just wanted to flag that. We think there's room for improvement in that area. And building on that with the next slide, that kind of inconsistency carried through into data and reporting. And as we developed our graphs and tables that you see in our report, we had to do a lot of sort of transformation to make things apples to apples because the reporting is fairly irregular. So some specific opportunities around consistency in data and reporting would be around, we previously in the semi-annual hearing mentioned behavior programs. HVAC midstream programs is another one, smart thermostat reporting, residential new construction. There's just kind of both measures and programs themselves are tracked, are kind of all over the place the way they're being tracked, and it's getting quite difficult to actually be able to compare them and understand what the trends are in those programs. So we just wanted to flag that for the commission. And finally, moving on to pilot approaches, and this was something that came up extensively with staff, so we wanted to touch on those. And as we've mentioned in the past and earlier in our presentation today, we do generally support the idea of pilots. We support experimentation over the next 3 years. It's going to be a particularly dynamic time in the energy efficiency and clean energy market. So it's going to be really important to have space to pilot and test and try new things and innovate. But we do also agree with staff that in general, utilities should not be piloting approaches that other EmPOWER utilities have already tried unless it really is testing a new thing. So there were a few different pilots that came up, PID proposals that came up that we think could fall into this category of, maybe they should learn from what another utility did. So smart home, net zero homes, my energy target, bring your own device demand response. These are things that one utility is proposing through PID, but other utilities have either already piloted or in some cases are already doing as a full program. So we think there should be greater knowledge sharing and coordination happening across the utilities to learn from one another. We do support generally using PID to test ideas that could align with future directions for EmPOWER. So I know you're considering the issue of sort of how strictly to interpret the boundaries of EmPOWER and the scope of energy efficiency, and we think PID is a place that could make sense to test the envelope a bit more. So we do generally support proposals that are aligned in the areas of grid modernization, electrification, even batteries, rate design. So pilots that, for example, we liked were the LMI location-based DSM pilot, smart home with time of use rates, and even the virtual power plant, I think OPC would be open to. And we would also note that to the extent there is a goal-setting process that makes some progress in defining future directions for EmPOWER and priority areas, that could create an opportunity to guide additional pilot needs mid-cycle. So we, I think, do support the idea of leaving some funding unallocated and having some space to identify new approaches mid-cycle in order to accommodate those kinds of opportunities. We, again, I'll emphasize support using PID funds for financing. And this was an area where it was PEPCO that kind of mentioned maybe we could incorporate financing here, and we certainly support that and would encourage some progress in that area. Wanted to draw the Commission's attention to Order 88964, which established guidance for pilots, and I think we've been over this a few times, but clear goals, clear evaluation metrics, public sharing of key pilot program data, public review of pilot results, a clear transition plan, a clear sunset date. So the Commission has previously laid out guidance for pilots, and it's our perception with OPC that that guidance maybe is being followed to a degree within the utilities, but the transparent kind of knowledge sharing around what's going on with pilots is not necessarily happening. We don't necessarily have a line of sight into kind of what's going on, what's being learned, and the fact that utilities proposals are so inconsistent also implies that they're maybe not sharing lessons learned as effectively and efficiently as they could be. So we think there's a real opportunity to do a bit better in that area. Next slide. So to sum up this area around program consistency and coordination, we do think the Commission should look at whether the utilities should be increasingly consistent among core programs. You know, are there areas to be more consistent, both in the way they've lumped programs together and in the measures offered through different programs? We think more work is required around reporting, and that could be done through a data work group and could build on some prior efforts. We've previously suggested templates for that sort of thing and would be happy to do that again. And again, with pilots, perhaps, I'm not sure whether it's another work group, a pilot work group, or some space, but there needs to be a more systematic and transparent approach to pilots so that these utilities are working together on an innovation pipeline, that they're actually coordinating across utilities and scaling innovations in a methodological way. And I only have one more slide. I'm conscious of time here. Just wanted to flag a couple of kind of program-specific recommendations that, in addition to the themes that we just reviewed. In appliance programs, again, along the theme of consistency, we would encourage the EmPOWER utilities to align with the full suite of Energy Star retail products platform measures. That could mean adding some new measures. We think consumer electronics measures probably need a little bit of attention, particularly advanced power strips, and particularly around the savings impacts. There doesn't seem to be a recent evaluation, and they're actually contributing a significant portion of the savings, both for appliances and for direct install programs. So just want to make sure that we're actually getting the savings that we hope out of that measure. For new construction, we think that the utility should consistently be offering a high performance tier above the Energy Star new homes tier. And that could be a sort of net zero tier. That could also be a place to expand electrification incentives. Again, we support the kind of EV level 2 ready, but could also support things like solar ready and considering in all electric homes, that these types of measures make much more sense when and are much more cost effective when incorporated into new construction. A small thing on the home retrofit program. This is a bit of a pet issue for me at this point, I think, but the idea of a fuel neutral approach, there was a work group that looked at that in conjunction with the phase 2 coordination program. And that process, I had understood that it concluded that in order to have sort of a fuel neutral approach for electric and gas savings, the incentives for home performance with Energy Star would need to be in the range of $3 to $6 per lifetime natural gas MMBTU. This wasn't actually included in all the utility plans, but BGE mentioned what their incentive level was, and it was $1 to $3 per lifetime natural gas MMBTU, which I think is not consistent either with the phase 2 coordinated program with Washington Gas or the fuel neutral recommendation from the work group. So it's a relatively small thing, but just wanted to note it. And lastly, we also had some questions about the HVAC tune-up proposal due to the low cost effectiveness. It also seems to require relatively high incentives that are perhaps higher than what we've seen for this type of program in other states. And we also understand that it's been tried and discontinued in Maryland in the past, and it wasn't completely clear to us sort of what was different this time. So in general, in the HVAC program, we see a major opportunity to expand the savings and impacts from the midstream programs and wondered whether the HVAC tune-up program was really the best investment given the opportunity on the midstream side. So maybe focusing there would make better sense. And with that, I think I've covered all of our comments and we'll be happy to take your questions.
If I could add one additional point, as I mentioned earlier, I'm switching from natural gas to, electric air source heat pump in my house, and so the issue of natural gas versus electric incentives has also been a little bit of an issue for me as well, because I will not be saving as much electric as I will be gas. And my home performance with Energy Star report lists an electric incentive rate of $20 and a natural gas incentive rate of $3, which means that by switching to electric, I'm really not helping myself financially as far as the incentives go. And those rates include the additional 10% additional incentive that BGE has added through the end of 2020. So that's just an example of how we might want to consider how other goals, such as beneficial electrification, factor into how we structure our programs. And as we move towards the next cycle, how do we fit those goals into the overall, what we want to accomplish through EmPOWER, and whether or not, looking strictly at an electric savings percentage is necessarily the best way to continue.
Thank you to the OPC team and the Vermont team for looking at these issues. Ms. Levin, on your final recommendation slide, one of the recommendations was with regard to evaluation of consumer electronics and advanced power strips. Who are you asking to evaluate those devices? You're not asking the commission, are you?
No, no. That would be an issue, I think, for the EM&V work group and the utilities to take on, but just flagging the heavy reliance on that measure and the lack of confidence we have in the persistence of the savings. So just wanted to flag that as an area for further work.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have a question. I just wanted to give a comment to Ms. Ryan. Ms. Ryan, I'm looking forward to getting a report on your heat pump hot water heater. I want to see if it actually makes your home cooler or not. Okay.
I will absolutely give a report on how it all goes.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
O'Donnell, I have one, and it's great. It is noisier. So there's that. I didn't warn Miss Ryan about it, but its performance is great.
Any other commissioner questions? Well, thank you again to OPC and the Vermont team. At this time, we'll take a very short break until 3:30, and we'll hear from the Maryland Energy Administration. We'll go back on the record in 1 minute. We're back on the record. We will now turn to representatives from the State Energy Office, the Maryland Energy Administration, for their presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Michelle Honig, representing the Maryland Energy Administration. First, I want to thank the Commission and the other parties for the flexibility in scheduling today. It was much appreciated. Appearing first today for MEA will be Director Mary Beth Tung, followed by Energy Policy Manager Kitson McNeil, who will also introduce MEA's consultant, John Manival. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Tung.
Oh, Dr. Tung, you're on mute. There we go. Good to see you.
I'd even unmuted. Oh, well. Thank you. That isn't the first time, probably won't be the last. I just wanted to thank Attorney Honig for all her efforts in this. I know she's put a lot of hard work into it. And I, too, would like to thank the Commission for their continued flexibility in my crazy schedule that sometimes comes up. And today was one of those. When the governor's office calls, I kind of have to show up, you know? So I do really appreciate that. For the record, I'm Mary Beth Tung, spelled T-U-N-G. I'm the director of the Maryland Energy Administration. The EmPOWER programs continue to provide a lot of value to the residents of Maryland, as it has for the last decade, and it's a program that we are very, very supportive of. Reduces electricity consumption demand in addition to environmental benefits and jobs. And the programs were able to deliver benefits in an unprecedented year, honestly. As you all know, COVID has changed the behavior of consumers and businesses, and it will really impact energy efficiency decisions going forward. And so as we're talking about forward looking here, this is definitely going to be at the top of our minds. Program administrators have proposed program modifications to address these impacts, but it's important that we take this opportunity to evaluate the robustness of the portfolio to other unforeseen events by assessing the distribution of energy savings across the programs and how the benefits are going to be distributed going forward. The cost of achieving the energy savings is expected to continue rising as the easy-to-achieve savings have been captured. Therefore, a more granular approach to evaluating the program costs and benefits may be necessary. And I know we've had this discussion several times over the last several years. A lot of the low-hanging fruit has already been picked. It's not to say there's not some more out there, but our program costs are likely to start going up because of this. In addition, market transformation and pending policies have increased the costs associated with those efforts. So the EmPOWER program cost analysis to be presented this morning also shows that the benefits derived from the EmPOWER program are not without lingering costs that need to be recognized as we plan for the future. And this, again, has been something we've discussed over the last several years. Over a quarter of the program expenditure program to date is still to be collected, in addition to interest costs that will accrue. As we prepare for the final 3-year cycle of the existing mandate, we need to be cognizant of the uncollected program costs that have accrued in the current structure of EmPOWER. In recent years, the amortization schedule has resulted in escalating costs, inclusive of the accrued interest, and is now in excess of $280 million. And there's about 50 million added each year. These are pretty mind-boggling numbers. So this is something we really need to address. The report that Kitson will review to you in a little bit more detail, and which has been provided, is a report that we're very proud of, and it's been in the making for some time. There's been a lot of discussion about the cost and the work group, and so the report, I think, gives some details that kind of, we all thought the amount might be close to this, but I think the report really solidifies what's been going on and what the costs truly are. The analysis in the report builds on the current structure of EmPOWER programs with the addition of a performance mechanism that seeks to reduce costs to ratepayers by incentivizing efficiency in spending, and begins a process toward aligning program costs and revenue collected annually over a 10-year period. The estimated cost savings would be over $150 million compared to the status quo. Due to the impacts of COVID on Maryland ratepayers and the broader economy, MEA does not necessarily recommend implementation of the mechanisms at this time, but presents the analysis to the Commission consideration once the impacts of COVID have subsided and actually have been more fully evaluated. However, MEA supports efforts to increase the efficiency of the portfolios over the next program cycle and to reduce costs to ratepayers. Also, MEA looks forward to working with all stakeholders to improve energy efficiency programming and to explore how energy efficiency goals can be aligned with other state policies to lower the cost of achieving goals. This is mentioned a lot in the Climate Change Commission. It's mentioned in the General Assembly, how we're going to align the state goals with EmPOWER. EmPOWER is really a very key component of that. At this time, I would like to turn things over to Dr. Kitson-McNeil to expand on these points further. And we'll be available afterwards for questions, of course. So I'll turn it over to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, Dr. Tong. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, I am Kitson-McNeil, Policy Manager at the Maryland Energy Administration. Thank you for the opportunity today to present testimony on the 2021-23 cycle for EmPOWER. And the testimony today will highlight some of the topics that were submitted in our written comments. The benefits of EmPOWER, as our director alluded to, are very evident. And the program continues to deliver cost-benefit portfolios to the benefit of ratepayers in Maryland over the past decade. And the programs have delivered significant energy savings and billions of dollars in value. However, since the first quarter of this year, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the lives of citizens around the world and residents in Maryland. Many households and businesses face financial hardship in response to the economic fallout from the pandemic, and it is unclear how resource allocation decisions will be made going forward in the upcoming cycle. With that in mind, program administrators have made program adjustments to address these concerns. The program administrators have proposed program enhancement to increase participation, provide additional value in the form of incentives, extended repayment terms, and contactless and virtual services. Cost effectiveness continues to be a topic of discussion in many of the work groups, and is something that is very relevant to the programs. The programs administrators have introduced new programs that seek to provide new ways to participate and achieve additional savings. However, some of these programs are only marginally cost effective. MEA thinks these programs warrant additional scrutiny given the uncertainty faced by ratepayers and program administrators in the future. As these programs may fail to provide the benefits if the programs do not deliver the expected average energy savings and number of participants. Therefore, and this is something that was brought up in one of the panels, the MEA suggests that we look at the program level cost effectiveness more significantly to ensure that the net benefits are provided to the customers, especially in light of the cost recovery structure and the uncollected program costs thus far. Now, MEA recommends an increased attention also to the distribution of benefits in programs that indirectly benefit ratepayers, and that the Commission also considers looking more closely at the net to gross calculation as the programs are being evaluated for approval. Where there are energy saving goals and cost effectiveness requirements, MEA believes that a reliance on a limited number of programs in the portfolio in order to achieve the energy savings goals increases the risk of not achieving those goals and a balanced approach to designing the portfolio should be sought. Our written comments highlighted some concerns regarding potential code changes and standards that may increase the cost of achieving energy efficiency savings going forward. Also, as we've learned this year, programs can be susceptible to economic conditions, and therefore a robust and balanced approach is necessary to reduce the risk. And one of the reports that we discussed or evaluated earlier was the conservation voltage reduction report. Now, the cycle plans filed by the utilities highlighted that there are large variations in costs and differences in how the energy savings are determined each year. MEA supports further exploration of these differences to ensure that the savings are being reported accurately. Now, although we have some concern, MEA has some concerns regarding a potential policy change in the effective useful life, as it may increase the cost to achieve energy savings. We also believe that it's appropriate to ensure that the reported savings are being accurately captured in the program. Finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about demand response and distributed energy resources. As we move forward with transformation of the electricity infrastructure to facilitate the deployment of distributed energy resources and to support electrification efforts, demand response will play an increasingly important role to ensure the grid reliability and present an opportunity to mitigate some of the future cost increases. The value of the demand response is likely to increase in the future, and efforts should be made in the upcoming cycle to bolster these programs. MEA supports a re-examination of the EmPOWER program and the energy efficiency goals to incorporate other state initiatives in order to reduce costs to ratepayers and provide more benefits to residents in Maryland. As there are many opportunities with distributed energy resources to reduce stress on the grid while still supporting electrification efforts. As mentioned by Dr. Tung, we look forward to working with the stakeholders on these topics. And at this point, we will stop for questions regarding our presentation, Chairman, or we can proceed with our presentation on the cost analysis.
Let us proceed with the Cadmus or the Oculus report that you've prepared. And commissioners are not shy. They may jump in with questions along the way. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, Mr. John Manville, principal at Oculus, will present the report on the EmPOWER program cost analysis.
Thank you, Kitson. Thank you, Dr. Tung, and good afternoon, members of the public. I'll be pulling up my presentation here. So for the record, my name is John Manival, principal at Oculus CAS, a Maryland-based consulting company. I've been working with the Maryland Energy Administration to complete a program cost analysis of the EmPOWER program. This presentation today is intended to provide a high-level overview of my work with MEA to date. Much greater level of detail is provided in the report entitled EmPOWER Program Cost Analysis, submitted to the Public Service Commission prior to this meeting. The filed report includes additional relevant information, and I will hit the highlights in my presentation today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Sir, can you expand the size of your slide deck?
Sure. That better?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. That out. I'll start off by making clear that my work in conducting an analysis of EmPOWER's current financial structure is what I'm presenting today, and I'm not in any way commenting on the program's energy efficiency and conservation programs. This work entailed creation of a financial model that provides a framework to examine financial structuring options for EmPOWER. I'm not an energy efficiency expert, and I have not conducted any analysis or formed any opinions about the actual program offerings of EmPOWER. Key elements of the report was the creation of a dynamic and flexible financial model that allows for stakeholders to explore a variety of different financial structuring options over time based on a number of variables associated with EmPOWER, both the utility by utility level as well as in the aggregate. This financial model takes into account key variables such as annual program cost, uncollected program cost, also known as unamortized cost, annual amortization of program cost, ratepayer surcharges, utilities weighted average cost of capital, and energy consumption levels. This financial model includes utility by utility breakdowns, as well as breakdowns between the residential and commercial/industrial sectors. The financial model can be used and enhanced by MEA, PSC, and stakeholders on a going forward basis. Financial analysis of the EmPOWER program that I prepared was built from a detailed review of the annual tariff filings submitted by the EmPOWER utilities in late 2019. These filings provide a wealth of very useful information that enabled me to develop a financial model. I also benefited from some initial financial modeling prepared by the Cost Recovery Work Group in early 2019, as well as helpful feedback from members of the Cost Recovery Group. You may recall the Cost Recovery Work Group was established as directed by the PSC in early 2019, with a to examine the 4 key issues listed on the slide. At this point, I'd like to highlight a few of the key factors that inform the analysis presented in the report, which are consistent with the overall mandate of the Cost Recovery Work Group. As other presenters have noted, the EmPOWER has delivered strong efficiency results, benefits that exceed cost over the years. The EmPOWER utilities have administered programs that collectively surpassed energy efficiency goals set by law. That said, the uncollected program cost and unamortized balance is now in excess of $820 million across all EmPOWER utilities, and I'll go into that in a little more detail. Changes to EmPOWER's cost recovery mechanisms would be necessary if uncollected program costs are to be reduced or eliminated. And performance incentive structures do have the potential to achieve a reduction in uncollected program costs. As noted, the financial analysis of the EmPOWER programs that I prepared was built from a comprehensive review of the annual tariff filings. Shown in the table below, the tariff filings indicate an overall uncollected program cost or unamortized balance of just over $820 million spread across all of the EmPOWER utilities. A more detailed version of this table is available on page 6 of the report. As noted in the previous slide, it is apparent that if a goal is to eliminate or reduce this balance, changes in the cost recovery mechanisms of EmPOWER would be necessary. On that note, many of the scenarios explored in the report, as in the following slides, are built on various assumptions regarding paying down the unamortized balance. One of the first steps taken in developing the report was to update a number of financing scenarios explored by the Cost Recovery Work Group in early 2019. This update provided the opportunity to incorporate new tariff filing data from late 2019, as well as to bring into the analysis EmPOWER investments in commercial and industrial programs. These 3 initial scenarios are: first, a status quo option, extrapolated the existing financial structure of EmPOWER into the future using a 10-year time frame. The other 2 scenarios were based on proposals put forth by the Office of People's Counsel and the staff of the Public Service Commission. As you'll note in the table here, which is an excerpt of a more detailed table from page 21 of the report, these 3 scenarios were based on several assumptions. First, all the scenarios assume that the annual program cost and annual amortization come into balance in the next few years. Second, there are assumptions regarding the utility's weighted average cost of capital return on the unamortized balance. And third, the OPC and PSC staff options outlined an accelerated repayment of the unamortized debt over a 5-year period, while the status quo option does not propose a paydown. On this last point, the 5-year paydown of unamortized debt proposed by the OPC and PSC staff options results in increased ratepayer surcharges associated with additional amortization expense during the paydown period, as well as a reduction in the amount of return to the EmPOWER utilities due to the paydown of the amortized debt. The utility return zeroing out upon full paydown after 5 years. The initial 3 scenarios summarized in the prior slide provided a framework from which several additional scenarios were developed. These 3 additional scenarios, referred to as options 4A, 4B, and 4C, make different assumptions regarding the weighted average cost of capital and return to utilities, ranging from 6% to 8%, which is below the 9.23% weighted average among utilities currently in place. Additionally, all of these scenarios extended the schedule for repayment of the unamortized balance 5 years, proposed by the OPC and PSC staff scenarios above, 10 years, to reduce the spikes in ratepayer surcharges brought on by a more accelerated repayment schedule. A more detailed version of this table is available on page 23 of the report.
Can I interrupt you and ask a question about the ratepayer impact in 2030? Does that assume that the EmPOWER program ends in 2023 and yet the surcharges continue into the future?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chairman. I should have noted at the very beginning that the entire report assumes that the EmPOWER program continues beyond the 2023 timeframe.
Thank you.
All right. One of the charges of the cost recovery work group was to explore the use of performance-based incentives and EmPOWER as a means to address unrecovered program cost or unamortized balance. We explored incentive structures using the financial model that was developed and with comparison to the 6 scenarios described above. As we began to examine different performance-based incentive structures, we were certain to recognize the strong programmatic outcomes of EmPOWER and that the program consistently achieved high marks at the national level for its energy efficiency and conservation outcomes. It is also important to note that the EmPOWER financial structure is relatively unique. It is one of only a few states, along with Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Utah, that use an amortization model for financing program costs. That said, there is no mechanism built into the current financial structure of EmPOWER to repay accrued unamortized balance. As a conceptual matter, the adoption of a performance-based incentive financial model has the potential to achieve both repayment of unamortized balance as well as increased efficiency and conservation outcomes. So within that context, we conducted a scan of other performance-based incentive models, including those in Illinois, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, compared a number of different financial models that incorporated performance-based incentives. As noted previously, we developed financial models to explore the hypothetical impact of 2 different performance-based incentives. These scenarios are referred to as 5A and 5B. These 2 scenarios build upon the existing programmatic and financial structure of EmPOWER, retaining most of the key elements of the program while adding a new incentive structure that has the potential to benefit both the utility companies and ratepayers. These options address, over a 10-year period, the full repayment of the $800 million plus amortized balance associated with the program through a gradual repayment mechanism. Shown in the table on the slide, Scenario 5A looked at establishing an incentive for additional return to the EmPOWER utilities in the event that program investments result in a reduction of overall energy usage by ratepayers. In this scenario, reduced usage from a predetermined baseline based on historical usage by ratepayers is captured as program savings and is split 50-50 between utilities and ratepayers. In this model, there is no upside cap on the utility rate of return or weighted average cost of capital, and it results in a savings adjusted rate of return or WACC of almost 12.5% as compared to the current 9.23% when assuming a 2% per year savings achievement. Scenario 5B proposed a more nuanced approach while still providing an incentive for the EmPOWER utilities in the event the program investments result in a reduction of overall energy usage by ratepayers. Reduced usage, again, from a predetermined baseline is captured as program savings, and in this case is split between utilities and ratepayers based on varying percentages triggered by a series of thresholds ranging from 90% of overall goal to 110% of overall goal. Unlike option 5A, this approach includes both a floor and a ceiling on the rate of return or WACC to the EmPOWER utilities. Specifically, includes a ceiling 2% above the 9.23% current WACC and a floor of 1% below the current WACC. The resulting WACC or rate of return is based on whether overall energy savings goals are achieved to what degree. In this scenario, the savings adjusted rate of return or WACC is 10.69% as compared to the current 9.23%, when assuming a 2.7% per year savings achievement, which is in excess of 100% goal. A more detailed version of this table is available on page 30 of the report. I think it's important to note scenarios 5A and 5B represent a starting point. Additional incentive models can be explored using the financial model included in the report. The goal of performance incentives ultimately is to reduce aggregate costs to ratepayers in the long run. Although the main goal of the performance incentive mechanism is to reduce cost in the long run, the scenarios presented here will increase ratepayer costs in the short run. Timing of those increases may coincide with attempts by individual consumers, businesses, and the state to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Increasing costs during the recovery from COVID-19, especially the early stages of this recovery, may have unintended consequences on the livelihood of Maryland residents. These factors could increase uncertainty around rates and the impact on consumers. We recommend that the Commission weighs all these factors when making a decision about adopting performance incentive mechanisms in EmPOWER. Thank you for the opportunity to summarize the report today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There's obviously never a good time to tackle a $822 million problem. And I think I speak for all the commissioners in saying that this is a concern. We recognize the carrying costs of this unamortized balance is in excess of $50 million a year. Since you are not recommending that we further consider a performance incentive mechanism in the near term, what is your recommendation in terms of tackling this issue now? We did hear from the utilities, OPC, and our staff regarding a number of options in terms of whether to reduce the utilities ROR or maintain it at the existing authorized level. There were also some other options, but what is your recommendation to the Commission today to consider?
Well, I'd like to bounce that question over to Dr. Tung. Engagement was focused on developing the financial model.
Dr. Tung, would you like to go first, or would you like me to address the question?
Yeah, I'll go first on that. One thing that I haven't had a chance to listen to all the testimony that was presented today in the last couple of days, but I do know there were a lot of different scenarios. I know what the work group was working on, and I'm pretty certain you probably heard this drumbeat of we're not really sure what the impacts are going to be yet. We do know some estimates from the utilities of the amount of arrearages that are out there. And so without knowing what the exact amount of those arrearages are, we kind of hesitate to go forward with any of this right now because we just don't know where we're going to be even a year from now. So I would think that this might be something we want to look at again and either the next program review, for the first quarter or first half, or the following one to see if there's a good time. And the work group, I'm imagining will continue to operate and they may have a much better idea as things go along as they're tracking what's going on. When might be a good time to start picking this up. But Dr. McNeil might have some other thoughts as well.
Thank you, Dr. Tong. Chairman Standing, in the interim, one thing that could be done to ensure that the benefits are received by ratepayers is to, as we recommended, take a closer look at the program level cost effectiveness to ensure that to at least try to ensure that the net benefits are going to be provided to ratepayers under the circumstances that we can predict. Now, if we look at some of the programs that were proposed with relatively low cost effectiveness, then that will increase the relative cost to ratepayers compared to the benefits that they will receive. And I know the point was made earlier this week that the approach that was approved or is approved by the commission is to look at a portfolio level. But in the interim, given the current program cost and expected increases in cost, and frankly, the unknowns, we should probably look at the program cost effectiveness more carefully just to ensure that we're making the best call that we can at this point.
I think that is a good recommendation. Would you recommend us considering any of the underperforming or non-cost effective DHCD programs? Or would your recommendation be limited to just low-performing utility programs?
I think at this time, because there isn't a cost effectiveness requirement for those programs, I think more generally we could look at those from some of the points that were raised today regarding equity and the ability to reach hard-to-reach customers. So at this point, I would direct that towards the programs that have a cost effectiveness requirement and not necessarily at those programs.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I feel like these programs, particularly with a lot of discussions, which have been ongoing, but particularly now on equity issues, I think it's very hard to reach some of these populations that need to be reached. So I kind of agree with Dr. McNeil that we probably should be looking at those programs that aren't necessarily targeted at in equity populations because they do need the help, and it's hard to get into those homes and into those communities to get done what we need to do, where they can do the most good, quite frankly, for folks who just can't afford their bills.
It is a difficult time. Thank you for those responses. Mr. Madaville, if we could remove the slide deck, we'll hear from other commissioners. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have two questions. I'll ask my unamortized balance question, and then I'll yield, and if we have time to come back to a different subject MEA question, I'd like to do that. Mr. Manaville or Dr. McNeil or Dr. Tung, I don't know who should answer this question, if anybody or not. Mr. Manaville, I don't know if you actually evaluated one of the proposals we heard from the utilities was to go to an annual expensing of the behavioral program costs and the administrative costs. It's kind of just a step in the right direction, kind of offer till we can figure this out, and the timing's better because the timing obviously is and the uncertainties with COVID-19 are making this a very bad time to address head on as aggressively as we might otherwise. But does MEA whoever have any thoughts on that offer to at least take a step in the right direction.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I'll go first on that. So given the proposals by the program administrators, I think some of the utilities did an excellent job of trying to keep the surcharge levels flat relative to what they are this year. And so, as we've mentioned in some of our comments, I think what we should do is look at the overall rate impact to ratepayers from these amortizing these over a single year. So, if within the range that is reasonable for the commission, if due to other efforts by the utilities to keep the surcharges flat, if that allows for us to pay off some of those costs in the 1 year period as opposed to over 5 years, I think that should be the approach that we use here.
Of course, if at least that sector will not be contributing to the overall unamortized balance if you start working that down over a 5-year period.
That is correct. And again, that is a long-term, short-term trade-off that needs to be analyzed. It's something that has come up in many conversations in the work group. I think the Public Service Commission staff has done a good job of keeping that in mind as well in some of their recommendations.
Yeah, in my mind, it just may present us an opportunity to take a step in addressing the problem without taking too big a bite, considering the uncertainties we're facing. So, but we'll see where that goes, and I'll hold on my other question until other commissioners may want to go before me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioners have thoughts on the unamortized balance?
I do. I have a couple questions, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I think I said it earlier this week that I found this report incredibly helpful. So to MEA and Dr. Manival, thank you so much. It's been really helpful and really frames the question in a way that we've been looking for. So again, thank you. I guess my question, based on what Commissioner O'Donnell just asked you, my concern is that if we don't do it now at the beginning of a cycle, it's a 3-year cycle, and then we just, do we end up sort of being, oh, we can't do it now because it's in the middle, and we should do it at the beginning of the next cycle in terms of trying to start limiting the size of the unamortized balance. So I guess I understand the concern with what's happening now with people, but 3 years from now, we don't know what the situation will be, and we're 3 years further down the road with a higher unamortized balance. So, I understand and appreciate the desire to keep it low, but at the same time, it's just putting off the pain until later. So, do you have a comment on that?
Sure, Commissioner Herman. So as I just in my response to Commissioner O'Donnell, I think, or to Chairman Stanek, I apologize, is looking at the net benefits that are accruing or that are being provided by the programs, and in that it allows for the achievement of the energy savings goal potentially at a lower cost. Now, given that there is a energy saving goal that the utilities strive for. It is, and I will give, I would like to give them credit for their efforts and the planning that they've done. But it's getting increasingly more expensive to achieve these goals. So I think at this point our effort should be to be as efficient as possible to achieve the goals. And one way to do that, and I wanted to clarify from comments earlier that we aren't necessarily recommending that program level analysis be implemented as the final say. We're just saying that take a look at the benefits being offered, the cost effectiveness of these programs to ensure that, given the uncertainty and given the frankly, the things we don't know about what's coming up in the cycle, an opportunity to actually achieve the goals as opposed to just developing programs potentially that just increase costs. So short answer is there is probably not a good time, or there won't be a good time necessarily to attack 820 million or potentially more in 3 years. However, we could probably systematically try to reduce the increase in those unamortized costs going forward.
And if I may, Commissioner Herman, your comment is kind of what's been weighing pretty heavily on my mind as well, because this is the start of a new cycle, and I would think it, under normal circumstances, would be taking a harder look at doing this, because as you said, it's going to keep getting worse. And so I've been really thinking a lot about this, and you know, a stepped approach might be one way to do it. You know, if we get to a certain baseline and another type of reduction might kick in. If we reach certain levels of reduction, those we might be able to kick things in. So it may be we could bake it in, could be maybe baked into the program over the next 3 years to start stepping down the unamortized debt. Because as you said, it's just getting bigger and bigger, and it's going to eat up more and more of that surcharge on your bill. And personally, I'd rather the surcharge go into energy efficiency. So I hear you, and it's something that we've been wrestling with in the agency as well. But you know, there's no good time for a pandemic, but this is really bad timing for COVID to hit when our program year is starting up again for the next 3 years. So, you know, maybe there be some type of a stepped approach, that a baseline or a benchmark type approach that could be looked at as we get the data in over the next 3 years.
I appreciate that. It is a difficult spot. The other question I had was, Dr. McNeil, you were talking about we should look at the program cost effectiveness, and that's appealing. What we heard from the other side, from the utility side, was if you take away the programs that aren't cost effective, we're not going to make our goals. And so does MEA have a position that it's okay if the utility doesn't make its goal, assuming they try really hard, because they're not implementing these programs that were not cost effective?
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Herman. So one of the points that I think you raised was the buffer that is built into some of the programming. I think the Public Service Commission staff spoke about that today, related to I think it was related to the CVR savings. So if there are opportunities to still try to work towards the energy saving goal of 2%, while tightening up on some of the programs. So maybe, you know, there are, if for example, some of the program portfolios that were presented, there's an entire suite of programs that are not going to be cost effective. So maybe instead of having an entire suite, we could limit the number of programs that are not cost effective to help reduce to reduce the cost, to remove some of the cost effective, less cost effective programs. So if there are, and I will clarify that, if there are, 5 programs that are presented in the residential portfolio, for example, that are not cost effective, and if you can remove 2 of those programs, potentially, after consideration and evaluation, but still approach or achieve the energy savings goals, then the reduced cost from removing those programs would help to reduce the unamortized balance going forward and help reduce cost to ratepayers. Now, it could potentially increase the risk of not achieving the goal, and we fully support, and I know that the utilities, from being in the working group, work very hard to achieve those goals, but it's a balancing act that we will have to undertake given the current structure of the cost recovery and the unamortized balance to help reduce costs going forward.
Right, that's another tough question. I don't envy us with these tough questions.
We don't envy you either.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Team MEA. Thank you all for being here. And I want to join Commissioner Herman in thanking you, praising you for this report. I think this is something that we've been waiting for quite some time, and I think it really will be useful to us as we try to address this problem. So I don't want to ask the exact same question, but I guess what I would like to find out is what can we do now? And I understand your reasoning for not wanting to necessarily implement these recommendations at this moment. But as has been discussed, this problem is not getting any smaller, any better now if we don't do something. What could we offer? What can we do in this order to ensure that we have an implementation-ready program to address this amortization? Perhaps it will be sooner than 3 years. We might find it, situation is okay that we can move forward with this, addressing the amortization. But is there something we can do in this order that will help MEA in implementing this recommendation?
Dr. Tong, would you like to go first, or would you like me to go?
Yeah, I'll go first, and not to repeat what I said before, but I'll repeat what I said before. The one thing that, and again, I've been thinking a lot about this is, since we're at the beginning of a program cycle here, we got to do something now. You have to do something now in the order, and it could be a benchmark stepped type of thing. When we reach a certain benchmark, we can start bringing in some of these savings, paying down the debt. Part of it could be the behavioral program. That may be one. I read that with kind of some interest, the proposal to bring in the behavioral programs and get those off of the amortization schedule so that those are paid off. And that may be one way to do it. And as Dr. McNeil said, if that can be offset with some of the savings and efficiencies in the program, then we're basically cost neutral. So, if I were sitting in your seat trying to figure out how to put all of this into an order, again, we don't know what's going to happen. So if there's some kind of benchmark that can be put in, if we reach this level, then we can start bringing in some of these measures to start paying down the debt. I don't know the Oculus, as they were doing the report, it was sort of the beginning of the pandemic and moving through the summer. So things are changing now. We're changing what's going on out there now. So it's going to be a moving target and kind of hard to predict at this point. So that would be my suggestion, to just kind of, our concern, of course, is to reduce the impact on the ratepayers. But as you mentioned, we need to get this debt paid down. And this is something that's been near and dear to my heart. And I'm just like, we have an opportunity here to do it, but it's made more difficult because of the arrearages caused by the pandemic.
And Commissioner Richard, I will add to that, building on what Dr. Tong just said. I think the recommendations that have been made regarding potentially a work group to continue looking at this in a broader sense, evaluating EmPOWER going forward may be beneficial. However, I would suggest that the commission also implement sort of a timeline on at least making a follow-up recommendation based on changes to economic conditions, or once we get more information about whether there was or is a overcollection, or what it looks like going forward in the next year. So the work group process with clearly defined timelines on getting back to you on potentially, and it will also give an opportunity for stakeholders to give additional input. And I know there were some concerns by some of the stakeholders regarding our proposal, so it will give us a little bit more time to work on it. But as I mentioned, a strict timeline to get back to you on potential changes in the economy and how we could move forward would be beneficial.
Okay, good. Just for me, I would love to see something where, and I'm just speaking for myself, that it's time to stop just talking about it, but actually come back with a real proposal. And finally, I just want to ask on your recommendation that we begin to just look beyond just strictly energy efficiency, but look into Grid of the Future, PC 44, and look kind of be a little more broadly. Do you believe the commission has that authority at this point? We've heard some caution from our staff that indicate we really should stay within the confines of energy efficiency. But, we've heard from a number of parties that looking at these other issues actually are very complementary to energy efficiency. Looking at EVs, looking at DERs, looking at storage. Can you just give me some guidance on the decision? I mean, do you believe that we have that authority?
Dr. Tung, I'll let you go
Yeah,
first.
I'll take a stab at that one. I wish I knew your statutory authority a lot better than I do, but I think, address the energy efficiency part of that question. Commissioner O'Donnell and myself and some of my staff, some of your staff has been participating in a national task force on energy and electricity planning. And part of the discussions was on the efficiencies that can be built into the grid. With increasing DERs on the system, there's going to have to be a coordination amongst the utilities, the ratepayers, the commission, stakeholders, how to make this a lot more efficient. There are grid efficiencies that are being rolled out right now by the utilities. How do we plan ahead for the grid modifications that needs to be made to accommodate these grid efficiencies? At the same time, you have the energy efficiencies going on. You've got electric vehicles coming on board. So there's a lot of moving parts on this. And there are efficiencies that can be built into the grid. And I don't see why that wouldn't be allowable under EmPOWER. One example would be the type of material in the transmission lines themselves. There are more efficient materials out there, and the way they construct the lines, they transmit 33% better. They last as long, if not longer, than what we have in use now. It's less sag, that kind of thing. So there are hardware and there are software non-wires type things that can be done as well, solutions that could add to energy efficiency. I think there would have to be a tie-in, a fairly good tie-in in order to keep it within the enabling statute. But I think there are efficiencies that can be built in. And I know we just spent 2 years looking at some of those and how the utility planners are building these in. But they tend to be very conservative. If they can't see an exact value, dollars of value, they don't like to. And I totally get it. So there's a lot of work to be done in that area, but there's a lot being done. And so I would think that if it can be linked directly to efficiency, I don't see, if we're saving, the whole idea is let's not have to make the electrons or as many electrons. So we save it in the homes, we save it in our businesses, we save it in line losses, let's say, or more efficiency through the substations and that kind of thing. Storage, maybe how can that work in during peak hours and that kind of thing. So there I think are areas where energy efficiency could play in, but we'd have to have some really good evidence that it is directly linked to efficiency of some sorts, either transmission or actual usage on the load end. So, Dr. McNeil, do you have anything?
Sure. I would just like to quickly add that I think it's beneficial that these topics are coming up at this point as we enter the final 3-year cycle. It gives an opportunity for us to implement planning, to do some planning in order to see if there are opportunities to increase efficiencies across some of the state initiatives that are existing. In terms of the combining some of the different initiatives that the PSC has, it would be beneficial to ratepayers to try to reduce the cost by combining some of those. In terms of the authority to do so, that is something that I will leave to the legal experts to discuss. But I think from a policy perspective, it provides an opportunity to reduce costs to ratepayers. It provides an opportunity to increase benefits to ratepayers by making the grid more interactive, more responsive, and that can have tremendous benefits across the state. So yes, in terms of how we can move forward, I think starting with some planning and working together to try to combine the efforts, and then we can also in that time frame look at the legal authority to do so.
Great, thank you, Dr. Tong and Dr. McNeil. I tend to agree with you, but I always like to, get a check from our state energy policy office that we wouldn't be seen as going too far astray here or going rogue here as regulators if we went too far with the 7211, the power statute. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions for MEA? Commissioner O'Donnell.
So Dr. Tong, the other day, you probably didn't have a chance to listen to this. I asked Dr. McNeil if there were C funds or other funds available to do some of this financing and what level of discussions were being held with MTEC. And he said, we're looking at it. We need some more information. I'm paraphrasing, of course. We'll get back to you. And I said, I think that would be instructive to us if we had that information as soon as it might become available. But I'm gonna kind of go from a different direction on this subject. So MCEC has before us a financing proposal. It's rather modest and it's intriguing. And then there are some other proposals that Dr. McNeil was going to continue to look into in discussions with MTEC and others. Assume, arguendo, that the MCEC proposal before this commission and the other programs, you decided to fit all that under MEA programming instead of this 3-year EmPOWER program, all of it. And so you're not splitting up part of this financing is here and part of this financing there. You and your really smart-minded folks over there at Montgomery Park figured out a way to say, yeah, we can do this. Would we be able to, your opinion or whoever's, would we be able to then measure those savings, those increased efficiencies from all those financing programs housed under one roof and credit it to EmPOWER as part of the savings? And disaggregated by utility. Have you thought about that? Is it possible? Do you even know? I don't know the answer to that question. So.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So some of the proposed financing options, I assume this would be outside of EmPOWER, as what's being proposed in EmPOWER, and then taking those programs and crediting those savings back.
Well, let me ask it this way. Assume we take up the energy efficiencies financing as proposed to us by MCEC, and you take up the other ones. Maybe. Okay. Just assume for a second that you've approved those. Will we be able to take the savings that emanate from those financing arrangements and build them into EmPOWER somehow? That's really what I'm trying to figure out.
This is one thing that I had talked about a couple of years ago, I think, is that there are other savings programs that are going on out there. Our programs being part of that, not just financing programs, but some of our grant programs and so forth. We do have an arm of the strategic energy investment fund is for energy efficiency, and those I think should be able to be credited back. And we do know exactly how much the energy savings are. We have a contractor that helps us work that out. Sometimes we have site visits, sometimes we do desk audits, sometimes we do both. So we do check on that very carefully, beforehand and afterwards, are we getting the savings out of them that we want and that was proposed? So we would be able, and we keep very close tabs on which utility, so we would know which utility that would be. The question I think came up at the time, and I think it's still valid, is will that then detract from the other savings programs that's going on in EmPOWER, by the EmPOWER utilities? And I think it'd be on top of what they're doing, and it should not back off what they're doing themselves. That being said, our budget's been turned in, and it's fairly limited right now because of COVID for one thing, and also the RGGI proceeds, where we had that dip a couple years back, and we're still catching up from that. So through the RGGI proceeds, who knows what's going to happen with the new states that have joined up. That's going to come on in January, I think. We'll start seeing that. So we do have limited funds right now, unfortunately, especially compared to what's available through EmPOWER.
Sure.
So I guess if we were to beef it up, we would need some additional funds to do that.
I'm sure it's a legal question as well.
Yeah.
It's even technically legally feasible, but it may be something worth thinking about. I always wanted to explore ideas where we're achieving all the goals of EmPOWER, but it's not under an EmPOWER kind of construct, something a little different.
And there's homeowners that are doing their own, or business owners that are doing their own, not through EmPOWER. We just recently replaced our HVAC, our air conditioner furnace, and it's all high efficiency, but it was above the threshold of what BGE would pay for because it's a large system, so it's not through EmPOWER, but still energy savings being put on to the system. So I'd like to see some adjustments if possible. If it's not through EmPOWER, at least that we know statewide what the one good thing about EmPOWER is we're getting that data. We're getting those data points. And right now there's a lot of energy efficiencies going on out there that we might not be aware of. I don't know how you do that, but it would be, I think, good to at least get the data, even if it's not through EmPOWER financing.
Yeah, the data would inform us more accurately on whether or not we're counting all of our EmPOWER stuff correctly too, because we may forget some free riding and some other things going on that would occur anyway without EmPOWER. So.
Our power usage in 1 month went down by a third by putting the system on that. So I know there's energy efficiency going on there, and we're happy because their bill's lower. We're not the only one doing this kind of stuff. So I'm sure there's a lot out there I know there's a lot out there we're not capturing at all. We really don't know what the energy efficiency is out there, particularly when individuals are doing this on their own. We just don't know.
Anybody else? No. Okay, good.
Well, Commissioner O'Donnell, I'll just add that I think, again, there's an opportunity to explore this a little bit further. We can do some work on our end, but the work group proposals that were put forth or planning or putting a work group together to address some of these issues, this is an issue that could probably go to that work group as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I know everybody's tired, and so am I. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to MEA for presenting that report and the comments that were filed. We appreciate your testimony. At this time, I will return to staff to see if they have any final comments or thoughts to complete the record based on the presentations by OPC and MEA. Mr. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. We really don't have much else to add to the record. Maybe a response to Commissioner Herman's question about if we don't change the surcharge now, can we change it during the cycle? Staff absolutely believes we can change that surcharge during the cycle. We don't have to wait for another program cycle to start. Example is our amortization step down in the last cost recovery report would have had 2020 this year as having 4 years of amortization instead of 5, and this is the last year of the cycle, so that's not an issue. And then one other comment, I guess, on cost effectiveness. Our evaluation, measurement, and verification is very rigorous and transparent in the state. We do have a kind of a two-step system with the statewide evaluator and the commission verification contractor. And we hold numerous meetings to develop how we're going to do the evaluations and the reporting metrics, and with cost effectiveness as well. So, and we're always open to exploring new or better ways to come with that to calculate our cost effectiveness on these programs. And that's really the only two comments I had for the afternoon session.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. At this point, this concludes our hearing over the course of the past 4 days, and approximately 25 hours worth of presentation and testimony. This is going to be a very important next 3 years going forward in the EmPOWER cycle. For the party's benefit, the Commission will be issuing 2 orders The first will be in case number 9494, and the second will be in case number 9648. And we'll use all efforts to get those orders out to the industry and the public as soon as possible. But again, on behalf of the Public Service Commission, I'd like to thank everybody for putting in the time, the effort, and interest in this very important and successful program to date. Thank you. With that, this hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.